Hey, what's up, everybody? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Raph Esparza, coming to you live right now. We are going down. Get excited. We have a lot of UFC and fight night coverage for all of you guys. This is a stellar night. Like, think about it like this. UFC Fight Night Vegas, plus we've also got Third Coast Grappling's Kumite happening all in one evening, which makes me super stoked. In a few minutes, we're going to have Josh Starlord LeDuc returning back with us. But in the meantime, I'm going to walk you through a few things. Number one, if you're not following us at Grappling Hour and at Verbal Tap Cast on all major platforms, you're doing yourself a disservice. At this point, I'm just disappointed in you. It's really what it comes down to. If you missed any of our preliminary coverage, that's perfectly fine. We're just going to give you a little quick summarization, which is that Kay Hansen gets the win. Very impressive triangle and armbar combination. Mwah. We also want to give shout outs to One Comma Worthy, friend of the show, who also got a finish. Super sick. Just happened with a little modified guillotine happening for him on his side, or the Pittsburgh style of jiu-jitsu and grappling that he likes to go in and attribute it to. It's got me tripped up on my words. That's how much it was a bit of a surprise. Not going to lie to you guys. Didn't see that one happening. And, of course, tonight on the UFC Vegas 2, we essentially are going to get to see a slugfest between one, Dustin the Diamond Poirier, and Dan Hooker. And Dan Hooker, man, this is a fucking fight. I'm stoked for it. I also do not love Dominic Cruz's shirt tie combination, if I'm being honest. That's just me. I'll get you a photo of it later if I need to, but I think it's a so-so one. Anyway, those are the things that we got going on. They're going over the lightweight rankings, and they're saying that Khabib is number 1, Justin Gaethje number 2, Tony Ferguson or it's interim, whatever they want to call it, but that's essentially what the rankings are. And then Poirier's at the 4 spot, essentially, is what they're putting that down as. So anyway, that's what's happening in the lightweight division, a very exciting division, but one that we're not quite sure what's happening over this way. We've got Benjamin Zapata, who is giving us a comment right now. Let me go ahead and respond. What's up to you, Benjamin Zapata? And hey, to our friends out there, much like Benjamin, I'm going to tell you guys this. If you give us a like and a share, we give you a cheers on air. What we do is everybody who gets a finish within regulation who is fighting, we toast them. However, if you are a person who likes and shares this broadcast, then we will also toast you. It's our way of saying thank you for your support. It's our way of saying thank you for watching. And it's our way of saying, quite frankly, thank you for being a great fan. Fight fan is one of the most important gigs you can have in all of the world, and we appreciate it every time you come through. Tonight, I am drinking this, which is Hazy for Harambe, and I hope that you guys get excited by it. It's a hazy IPA. It's delicious. Look at that, Benjamin Zapata. You just shared this. You lovely son of a bitch, you. I knew I liked you. Here's what I'm going to do. This one goes out to one Benjamin Zapata. I'm just going to say this, bud. You are always a friend of the show. You sign language like nobody else. And I got to say, man, I was happy to see you get the call. Whenever I can't be on doing commentary, I hope it's my friends. And since I couldn't be out there doing it for Jits Kings, they didn't ask. But you know, if they did, I want it. But I was so happy to see you on the call, bud. So cheers to you. And guess what? We have a great time right here, because rejoining us back in just a second is going to be one Josh Starlord LeDuc. Very excited to bring him back onto the show. We're also happy to hear that there's apparently Dustin Poirier getting a community service award for being a very, very nice human being. He's always doing great and charitable things. I believe tonight he's actually made it so that people could be eating who wanted to watch the fights for his Good Fight Foundation, which spectacular. But yes, Josh is going to be joining us back in just a second. But yes, Ben Zapata, you're good people, man. Super, super, super love you, bud. Getting notes from people left and right, too. It says, Hooker and Gall is a nice parlay. Really underdogs, at least worthy of a $5 bet. This is great. Did you bet? I was like, wait, if you're asking me to bet, I'm not going to bet on air. Because that's not what's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the show. One, Josh. Josh, how you doing, sir?
Good, man. How are you?
Not too bad. We had one Benjamin Zapata chiming in and saying hello.
I love me some Benny Zapata. He has a beautiful school up in Largo, the Gracie Largo, where the Jits King was held. Fucking love that school. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, I was laughing pretty profusely because in my cheers to him, and I don't know if you heard it, but I basically said, hey, man, if I'm not going to be commentating myself, I'm happy to see people like him get the call.
Yeah, exactly.
And the thing I always appreciate about him, dude, is like he's got one of those secret talents of being able to do sign language while talking to people. And I think that that's one of the cool things that we have with somebody like him.
Yeah, he is a master. Sorry, I'm trying to place my bets as well, but he's a master at ASL as well as a black belt jiu-jitsu and a phenomenal competitor. So it is very impressive, to say the least.
Good man. That's what I like hearing. I'm going to be calling this up in just a second, but I want to make sure that I kind of give it a nice little introduction over this way. I do want to tell you guys there are sizable differences that they're apparently putting up right now. One of my friends told me this, and I don't know if you saw this, but apparently Hooker and Gall is a nice parlay. So I don't know if that was something.
So you know what I was looking at is Mickey Gall is a pretty heavy underdog in this one. And, you know, Mike Perry just left his gym. He said he's going to have his girlfriend in his corner, and he's not known for being good at jiu-jitsu.
I mean, that is one of Mickey's little nice trademarks, and Mickey's also been fighting with one Joe Schilling, which makes me feel a little bit more confident. The only thing that you always have to consider is what does the Tasmanian Devil look like on that day?
That's true. Yeah, exactly what you're saying. It all depends day for day. Sorry, I'm also trying to finish up. I'm looking at these odds and trying to place my bets.
Here's what I'm going to do, Josh. I'm going to give you a couple minutes. I'm going to take you off the stream. Take care of your business. I'll be right back with you, and just give me a thumbs up or a thing in the private chat, and I'll bring it back on. All right, while we let him bet, because here's the thing, guys. As a compulsive gambler myself, I'm not going to tell him to take some time off and not fucking bet. That's just not American. And I get it. He's not really American, but you know what? I want him to learn the true American values so that way he can be a better contributor to our American society. Here's what I've got for you guys. I'm stoked for tonight, but I also have something that I'm going to preview in just a little bit. I don't want to give too much away just yet, but I want to show you in just a moment something that I saw go up on the interwebs, because we're an all-encompassing show. We don't just show, well, I guess not show what's happening on the fights, because a lot of people always ask for links to the fights, and we just don't do that here. But we are also going to show you some of the things that pop up on the internet as we're doing our broadcast here. One of which was an interesting little thing that got propped up from, I believe this is the UFC itself. So this is coming straight from the source. So I want to make sure that you guys get the first crack to see this, because it's the first that I've seen of it. When we get Josh back on a little bit later in a second, we will be able to get his impressions and his thoughts on it. But I really need you guys to take a look at the first real view at what is coming up very soon. I mean, sooner than we think. But look at this, everybody. This is the first image of Fight Island. Look at that. It is literally trying to use the backdrop of the sunset. It's also using a little bit of the ocean in the back. So this is one of the first times I've ever seen Fight Island up close like this. And it says Dana White shared this first image of Fight Island octagon being set up on the beach of Fight Island. So there you have it. At the very least, even though it was a little bit disappointing to hear that they're fighting at Yas Island, it is nice to see something like this, because I do think that does look unique. And I'm actually kind of excited for that. I'm getting a thumbs up over here by one Josh Starlord LeDuc. Is that I know it's a thumbs up to come on, but what do you think of the Fight Island photo here?
It looks pretty badass, man. Especially with the sunset going under. Hopefully they have something to cover it, because, you know, it gets very hot over there in Abu Dhabi, and there was something they were complaining about in that new arena when Poirier and Khabib fought, was the AC was going out. It was like 85 degrees in there. So, you know, just more variables that we have to think about when, you know, we're being compulsive gamblers and betting on the fights.
Bro, that's the beautiful part about being compulsive gamblers. Especially when you talk to another compulsive gambler, you don't have to explain your thought process. You have to be like, listen, I got it. You got to go gamble? Go do it. You only got a few seconds. Go.
Yeah, especially because I'm getting these picks sent to me, and they're sending them about 15 minutes before the fights, and I just don't want to miss these fucking bets because they've picked every fight right so far except for the Kay Hansen fight.
And hey, man, if they're not going to pick any of those fights correctly in that regard, that's the one that you want them to mess up on because you know better.
And listen, I didn't take that bet because I knew Kay was going to fucking murder her. So, yeah.
That's what I'm saying is like, I don't mind when people give you great insight and intel, and then you have some great insight and intel, and you go, hey, listen, guys, you don't know which one. I'll take this fight.
Pretty much. Like, I don't know. Sometimes you just got to go with the heart, you know, and that's something you never want to hear when you're talking about money and odds. But, you know, sometimes the heart knows.
I would tell you this, though, whenever I laugh a little bit about people telling me their fight picks. I don't know if you saw this, but a couple weeks ago, I think it was Lyman Good who was in back.
Yes.
So Lyman Good was in back. And, you know, normally you have the pads that you hit in back. Lyman's corner, and he's been through a lot, so I get that. But Lyman's corner got the sandals, a.k.a. your chanclas in my language, and had him hitting those. I had one of my friends who bet on him and goes, are you fucking kidding me? And I go, hey, yeah, dude, can we start doing our boxing like this too? And he just goes, dude, motherfucker, that's why he fucking lost. I fucking bet on him. And I was like, ooh, I knew not to take that bet.
Yeah, that's why I like to bet a little bit before the fight, you know, because you can kind of see, especially now that you got these live betting abilities, where you can see it, especially someone who's trained in combat sports, somebody who's fought before, you can see the look in their eyes as they're walking out, and you can kind of make a better assessment because of it.
The thing I like to tell people is I like to tell them I don't feel comfortable until I see the weigh-in.
Yeah.
Once I see the weigh-in, I get a little bit more intel, and that's not even the whole picture, but it makes me as a gambler say, all right, I'm a little bit more informed now that I've seen how they look like here. So that's just my little thing. It's my little superstition. It doesn't mean it's always going to work, but I feel better when I see their body and I go, oh, this dude's weight cut was bad.
Yeah, exactly. And it's harder now when they're doing the ceremonial weight cuts. You got to go find the live weight cut and like actually see them weighing in. And the other thing is you get more information now because you can find out if they weighed in right before the thing closed or like if they weighed in early, all that fun shit. And it's all variables you need to take in. But in this fight, I got a parlay going. Woodson is the first part of it, and I also got the under on this one. So it could be interesting.
Okay, I'm stoked for. I'm obviously pulling for you. I don't have any bets on this one, so I'm living vicariously through you, and I'm excited and stoked for it. This is Sean Woodson. It's a catch weight fighting Julian Erosa. We start the round, and they are coming out swinging right up top, sir.
Well, mine's starting right now.
Okay. Well, when you see them start to come out real quick, you see them both very eager to be fighting. Now they're easing into it a little bit more. You're seeing a little bit of erraticness from one Woodson. However, I would tell you this. If you're looking at it right now, you're going to see Erosa in the blue trunks and Woodson in the darker with the smidge of red on them.
The black belt trunks.
Mm-hmm. As one might say, the black belt cheese. So when you literally just made this, was this like right as I was waiting for you to come back on air?
Yes. Right as I was off air, I was making my bets for the next like 2 or 3 fights.
Check this though. I don't want to give too much away, but I really like that combination by Woodson there.
Oh, nice. Yeah, man, he's looking sharp. Arocha's proving to be a pretty game opponent, but I think Woodson is a little bit more composed.
Fair.
Is he doing the robot? He's trying to be Roy Jones over here.
I think so. I do appreciate this, though, about Erosa is that he does seem to not care a little bit about this, whereas Woodson's kind of like, hey, dude, if you punch me in my midsection again, it's going to open up your full body, so be very careful on that.
Yeah, I don't know how this guy made 150. Like, look at those chicken legs. Like, you think Jones has some chicken legs. What the fuck is that?
Bro, dude, you know what's really great about growing up is when you have a mom that literally looks at your legs and goes, "You have chicken legs," and I'd be like, "Whoa, hold on." And she goes, "No, it's a family trait, but you do." And I'm like, "Mom, I could go in there. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to do weights now. Thanks, Mom. You ruined me forever. I'm just going to live with these chicken legs."
Man, this is there's been some good fights tonight, you know?
Yeah, I'm very excited. And I got to say, man, when you know the people at like the top of the card, you get a little bit more excited. So I immediately was already stoked for Poirier and Hooker. Mm-hmm. But to get to there, you got to work, man. You got to watch a few other matches. And then once they said that Kay was going to be on there, I go, well, listen, everything else is icing on the cake because we start off a certain way and we end a certain way. And so far, we've gotten some good things in here. And this is actually a very even match in terms of styles because I like Woodson's crispness, but I feel like Arosa is just in that process of he's getting hit, dude, but I don't know why he looks so comfortable getting hit.
You know, I think Arosa's doing a good job with the leg kicks, but that's about it. He's oh man, that he just hit him with a fucking 3-piece. I'm waiting for the soda now.
I know. I mean, the thing is like, I don't love that shot, but okay, got a little more on the inside. He gets a knee in for it, so there's that.
Woodson's style is very fucking Roy Jones-esque. It is I guess you could pull it off when you have that much reach on these guys. He's got a very crisp jab too. I'm really liking that. Earlier in the fight, he threw that double jab right into a right cross as well, and it proved to be effective.
So I just told you about one of my friends who chimed in with the Hooker and Gall parlay, and he's got 10 down to win 88 because he was like, fuck it. I just feel like putting something up. And I looked at it and he goes, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I was like, if you don't put $10 down to win 88, that's stupid.
Yeah, I'm going to go make that too.
Come on, bro. And he's just looking at me. He goes, yeah, I just want something to do right now. So we are not only a fight companion, but we are also a fight companion that encourages you to find your inner gambler. And I feel very, very good about that. And if he doesn't win, he only lost $10, so I'm not feeling at all bad.
Yeah, this is definitely not Gamblers Anonymous or Alcoholics Anonymous.
Again, professional version of me doing any kind of commentary for people looking at this in the future. I have to tell you, dude, I was just in a job interview for a good gig where I didn't put down some of this stuff. And they were like, hey, ref, we saw all of your videos. You're a very fun host, all these grappling events. And I was like, oh, I didn't put those down. That's good. And they're like, no, we fucking love it. And I was like, oh, dope. Speaking of fucking love it, dude, there's a knockdown that happens. And then all of a sudden you see Woodson allowing him to get back up for the final seconds. And now we will go to a second round. But that was a pretty fun way to end that fight for the first. I want to give some reminders to some folks here. I want to say, again, to my buddy who did take that parlay, I'm going to give props to you, Sven, because I told him the same thing I told you, which is you're really just trying to do on the X factor of what is Mike Perry going to look like. And after I said that to him, I said, listen, if that's the only thing that's holding you back from putting down $10, then don't bet. Yeah. But if you can see a scenario where Mickey Gall does come out and use some jiu-jitsu, then you owe it to yourself to make that bet. And if you're wrong and I'm wrong, who cares?
Yeah, listen, especially with that information I just gave you about, and I mean, listen, it's not information that's like super close to the chest. Like everybody knows, like he talked about firing his coaches and putting his girlfriend in his corner. And I also know the training in Florida right now, it's not great. So Mickey, I mean, he's from Jersey, so like it's probably not great up there either. But you know, he's got the Sarah guys all over there, so I would definitely be putting money on Mickey right now.
And think about it like this: you are not at this point. Like the hardest part about COVID is you're not just making a momentary snapshot decision over how their training camps are. You're basically betting on their career. Yeah. And for Mickey, he does have good jiu-jitsu that's enough for me to say, like, hey, man, that's a smart bet. You're basically betting against his X factor of grappling versus Mike Perry's X factor of where's his brain? How's he going to punch? He obviously doesn't have a corner, so he basically said that his corner is supposed to basically give him a kiss and tell him to go out there and kick that guy's ass, which is really, when you think about it, the nice line between clever and stupid.
Yeah, I don't know where the clever aspect of that is, but
well, let me put it to you this way: you can think things out loud that are outlandish, but when you're in press row and you say it, there is a little bit of comprehension of, man, I'm fucking crazy. And I think that I understand that and appreciate it. And now you're seeing Arosa get someone in his best strikes in this second round, trying to bully Woodson up against the cage, which is very interesting because, as one of our people in our comment section, one Aaron Willis says, Woodson legit looks like an alien.
Yeah. Kill it with fire. Now, we're in MMA, so Arosa cannot use a torch to light him on fire. He'll have to use his fist, and that is not looking very good right now. But yeah, like, part of me wants – look, I didn't grow up with Mike Perry, but like, we fought on the same amateur cards coming up, So part of me wants to see the hometown Florida boy do well in the UFC, but the other part of me, the Darwinist, is like, hey, look, you're being a dumbass, stupid choices, you're going to fucking lose, and that's what you deserve.
So there's, I think, an aspect of one of the reasons why I knew I'd get along with Dan Hubler so quickly is whenever we'd be at the same events, we'd be talking betting lines, and you are seeing Woodson start to piece up Arosa. And I got to say, Arosa was looking nice, but some of the combinations he put together, I didn't really love. I was just like, man, he's getting more punches in, which is great. But now you're seeing his face get a little bit more cut up as you're seeing a little bit more crisp striking from one Woodson all around. But one of the things I always said is I could always imagine Dan Hubler as the guy at an event who has like a weird like white suit with a Cuban hat and just is sitting there looking at some money and going, who are we betting on? Tell me a little bit about that kid. And you'd be like, you're going to bet on kids? I mean, what's the line?
I could totally see that. Oh, God, that's amazing.
Once I thought about that, I just said, yeah, it works for me. I'm sorry, I was cutting you off. What are you saying, sir?
We got 4.5 minutes left for me to get the under. I mean, obviously, barring something monumental, Woodson's going to win this and help my parlay. But I want all that money, Raph. Okay? I got a kid coming, and I need to make money where I can. And if that's gambling online, man, I'm going to gamble.
Listen, these kids think half the time, like, that's why I love some of these kids who I train with, they're in their 20s. I mean, you're in your 20s as well, but I just like the fact that when they don't have any major bills or some of them still kind of live with their parents and they're like, dude, I really need this money. And I was like, no, you don't. You're fine.
Oh, you mean your Chipotle money?
Yeah. Like, when I see them being like, yeah, man, I really need this money. And I go, you mean rent from your parents is real rough this month? Like, shut the fuck up, dude.
Man, Arosa's starting to kind of put it on him a little bit. Woodson looks a little tired.
Yeah, I think you're right in that sense. I think that Arosa, what he lacks in crisp technique, he just makes up in just trying to give you volume and just trying to like get in on some of the inside of Woodson. And he does it pretty consistently. And I think that's pretty admirable.
Yeah, he's definitely a scrapper, and I'll be looking forward to watching him fight again. Just don't fuck up my parlay.
No fucking shit. You know what you should do? You should always just like continuously in every chance you get, just continuously put up, hey man, I got a kid. Come on. Like every bet you put down with somebody, it's like, man, I'm going to go ahead and bet on Woodson, but I really got a kid coming, Woodson. If you could have helped me, that'd be great.
I don't care about your career. You're
not just fighting for you and your family. You're fighting for my family too.
I'm doubling up on the kids you have now, Woodson. Oh, good left shovel hook by Woodson. God damn, that was sexy.
Okay, so hey, listen, dude, I like that round a lot better for the mere fact that at least it started to feel a little bit more competitive. Yeah. You start to see both of them have moments where they can shine. And more importantly, I'm a little more confused as to how I see the third round going than I was in that first round.
Yeah, from a fan standpoint, that makes things a lot more interesting, And
but from a me standpoint,
From a what?
No, I just like you being like, from a fan standpoint.
Yeah, oh yeah. From my standpoint, how do you get so tired beating on somebody? Like, come on, Woodson. You were winning. You didn't need to show off. Conserve some fucking energy if you knew you didn't have a gas tank.
I do appreciate, though, that you are seeing the UFC integrate their version of a fight watch party. So, I mean, I'm not saying we're changing the game, but I'm just saying they didn't do it before we did it.
Yeah, exactly.
No big deal.
All right. It's a copycat game.
Let's look at these stats, though. Look at this. Woodson is 102 landing out of 107, while Rose has thrown 176 with a connection of just 38% of 66 of them.
Man, no wonder Woodson is fucking tired. He hit him 102 times.
Bro, I mean, that's what I was saying is like, normally people have a little bit better movement in terms of their head. However, look at these kicks by Rosa. They're looking a little bit. Did he just fucking Mortal Kombat sweep him?
You're ahead of me, so
wait for it.
Jesus.
Motherfucker just pressed down and left. What he was trying to do on this one.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Like, I get it, dude. And ooh, okay.
I'm waiting for it.
Oh! Now wait, here's the good news is I did as best as I could not to give away like it was going to be a fight finale moment, but instead now we've got a real competitive element. We're still having a fight going on my screen, and I'm a little bit ahead of you, but this is fun. This has become a way better fight. Like, this is season 2 of Parks and Recreations. This is season 2 of The Office. It just took one round to really get its bearings, and now it's starting to come alive.
Man, that's a good metaphor.
Thank you. Woo! Dude, and you know what? Let me ask you this, because I would assume your boxing is way better than mine, though, Josh, is that with Woodson, he's electing not to keep his hands up as much. Most people get tired, and I understand he's tired as well, and he may be gassed, but I still see his body language, and I'm like, bro, you could keep your hands up a little bit more and be outclassing this guy, and I think you're letting him back in by not being as much with your hands up.
I like to box with my hands down. I get yelled at it a lot.
I was like, I didn't know that about you because I've never seen you strike. So I know.
Yeah. Like, I think of a fat Roy Jones Jr., and that is what I try to replicate, But he has a very extensive amateur boxing career, So that's where it comes from. You don't see it as much in MMA just because, man, these are little gloves. They hurt. You can get knocked out real fucking easy with this. But amateur boxing, sometimes you do that,
Yeah. Let's talk about this, though. This is, ooh. Okay.
I'm going to kill you, Woodson.
No. Don't. No. What?
Are you kidding me?
I'm sorry.
I mean, I think I got the under.
Hey, beautiful. Okay. Guys, again.
What was the time on that?
I thought we almost hit to the 2 minute on that. No, it was a little above 2 minutes.
Okay, cool. Wait. No, not cool.
So let me just express what makes me angry about this. Okay. Obviously, I feel for you. But there's something that really makes me angry in the sense of, like, I try to explain this to, like, my friends where I go, whatever you do, it's not shameful to get caught. However, what makes me mad is when you put yourself back into it. Like have enough knowledge to know, like, hey man, you're in trouble. You need to circle out this way, need to know your distance because you're still in this fight.
Oh, Jesus. Had I known he had fucking Casey Halstead in his corner, I wouldn't have fucking bet against him.
I understand that now. I thought the same thing. Once I saw fucking our version of a Mario Brother mustache on the screen, I said, oh, that's fucking Casey Halstead. There you are, sir.
Well,
hey, it's a good night for Casey, though.
Yeah, great night for Casey. And I'm sure my bets will come back. It'll be okay.
But like, okay, so in that particular instance with Woodson, when his leg was extended out,
Mm-hmm.
that's the nice little thing. I understand he's twisted, but you're still in the process where you can move a little bit. But when you put that leg to be trapped over, to me, that's where you're not saying, I want to be in this fight anymore.
Yeah.
That's when you're saying, like, hey, man, just finish this choke because I'm
Just
fucking
crank up my neck some more. Why not?
And it makes me sad because I'm looking at him and I'm thinking, like, bro, why would you throw your leg back into any of that situation? And maybe you don't know, maybe, I don't know, a number of things could come up. But I'm like, bro, if you literally moved a little bit to the left, you wouldn't be in danger.
But you know what's kind of nice? We've seen a lot of submissions tonight.
Absolutely. Oh, we do have to fucking cheers this one too. So we will do that in just a second. I'm going to put in the other headpiece. But yes, you are correct. We have seen a lot of submissions, which is always nice for a fight card. And I think it's a good reminder that in a second on Flow Grappling, we should be getting the stream coming up for Third Coast Grappling.
So do they have a whole bunch of – hold on. I got to see this time.
Do they have?
Oh, 244. Man. 14 seconds over.
I'm so sorry.
Salt in the wound.
I think, like I said, there's a reason why I'm very particular about my submission defense in this respect. Because if he had just stooges his way out of a little bit of it and fucking just used the mat to kind of create a semicircle, he probably would have beaten that 15 seconds, even if he got subbed.
Yeah. Oh, well.
It happens. Let me go ahead and make sure I have my Flow Grappling up so that I can see the events. Please take me to Kumite so that we are ready for that
as well. So do they have a bunch of like bullshit kids matches to start, or are they going like right into the tournament?
Honestly, okay, so there's a thing that reads, oh, it's kids.
Okay, well, I'm not going to go ahead and turn mine on yet.
So the first real match doesn't start until Ty Rotolo and Roberto Jimenez, and that starts at 8:40. So
9:40 our time.
Literally an hour away.
Okay, cool.
That's fine. Hey, listen, we've had worse things coming on yet, so I'm stoked for what they're talking about here. I want to hear what he has to say, though. Says he got this call 5 days ago as well. And he gets his medicals the next day. He said that he had to get out of his range, and once he got out of his range, he's got a really sick darce that he likes to go and rely on. Anik maybe being a little complimentary and saying he didn't feel like he was too fearful of any of the power that Woodson had.
Okay. I just made my oh God, I was up. I'm only down 1 unit. That's not too bad.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fucking bugs me. That leg positioning is really the thing. That bottom right leg positioning is what's
kind of came into it. Yeah.
Because you know what it is? It's like he did that thing where he extended it, where you almost want to pull it out, and then he just didn't.
You know what also bugs me? The fact that he didn't hand fight at all.
Different conversation that I didn't even want to get into because the leg positioning to me was like, why would you let someone trap you with that?
Give him your leg, give him your neck. Don't fight hands. That's cool, dude. Go back to boxing.
Again, dude. And I want to say this dude, Woodson trains, I thought what he was saying was with the Diaz brothers.
Well, you know, I'm sure they're real proud of his bitch ass.
There's going to be a lot of not good conversation happening with that man. So they're actually going down the calendar, which I think is very interesting because look at this. It's going to be July 11th. There's going to be Usman versus Burns. That's UFC 251. Then on July 15th, on a Wednesday, there's going to be a fight night. It's Qatar versus Ige. Then on the 18th, which is a Saturday, there's a fight night. And there's going to be a fight night on July 25th. So that is what's coming up. And that one is going to be headlined by Whittaker versus Till, which will be great to see Bobby knock back with one Darren Till, which I'm very excited for that fight.
Was Till's last fight against what's his face, the fat welterweight? You know what I'm talking about, right? Kelvin.
I think so. Let's find out. Because the hard part is I just haven't seen Darren in a bit, so it's taking me back. I think that is it.
You and Kevin related. You guys look like your brothers.
Me and Kelvin?
Yeah. You have the same shaped head.
That is 100% true. I definitely look like Kelvin's older brother in like an 80s movie.
Yeah.
That like comes over and just like, Kelvin, man, you and your friends have to stop fucking throwing parties at mom's house. So, yeah, no, I see that. Let me register a couple things real quick, which is one of first. I'm going to put this up on our site. But this was – I still like the fact that Renee Souza put up a nice comment the other day saying that he thinks that Mason will beat Craig Jones. It's a bold proclamation.
That is a bold proclamation. I think it's going to be a hell of a fucking match, especially after seeing the ADCC match. And like we talked about earlier, under a 5-minute rule set, if I was either one of these guys, I would just be drilling my face crushes.
Yeah. Absolutely. Dude, I don't know, man. It's just nice that they're doing that as their main event because the hardest part about matching up Craig Jones or even Gordon in Submission Underground is as much as I want to root for them, sometimes their main events are like, this is not super exciting.
Yeah, totally agree. This one is definitely an exciting matchup for grappling fans. It's not pandering to the UFC crowd.
And even like, you know, credit to Amanda Lowen for being in there as a co-main because Jessica I is going to get in there and mix it up. I think that's really dope. But to me, I don't even know that that's the co-main. That usually screams something like a lower main card kind of a thing. And yet, what's that? Jessica
Lowen just tapped Jessica I.
She did.
Oh yeah, because now she's taking on Jillian Robertson. I'm excited about that one.
Yes.
Jillian is the grappler. She actually trains down here in Florida with Dean Thomas, and he has her come and train at the Gamblers, which I pop in and out of a couple times a month. And she's a super good grappler.
That's awesome. But yeah, I mean, here's the nice part. Female grapplers getting on the high part of the card. I like that. On the other side, I understand the patient process that we have to have with Submission Underground trying to build new stars, while at the same time appeasing the MMA crowds, while at the same time still trying to make us grappling fans look at it and say, that seems competitive. But the main events have always been, okay.
Yeah, I'm excited. Hopefully they, but I don't know. When I see these things, it makes me think of what is their contract like with Fight Pass? You know, because I know with Flow, you have to have a certain number of ranked opponents to get paid a certain amount. And it might be something similar with the Fight Pass guys. It's like, hey, you put on more former UFC fighters, then we'll pay you more.
Yep. I don't know, dude. I root for a lot of organizations, but I also think that sometimes, they got to make it easier for me to root for them. But the nicest part is, dude, putting together that 8-man tournament was something that I said, like, I think they might have resisted this in the beginning because it felt too EBI-ish, but someone should take that slot of being that tournament.
Yeah.
Because if EBI is going to be a little bitchy about saying like, hey, no, we want to do other things, and they're going to do a game show in 3 or 4 weeks where it's going to be like, who wins in overtime, which, okay, it's getting away from the element of, no, I want to see EBI. Just take me to EBI.
Yeah, pretty much. And I was wondering for a while who would take that spot. I thought about starting shit to take that spot, but I'm glad to see the Fight Pass crowd get that, and I hope they do more of these big prize tournaments. I just want to see them in 8-minute rounds.
I think you are kind of like I, which is in the sense of, man, I really want to do that. But if somebody else goes to do it, I'm not going to be upset, because if somebody can make that a thing and go do it, I take the same amount of enjoyment out of it, because the things that I really want to innovate, I just do. Like, that's where my passion is going to go. But would it be nice if somebody did something? Like, I've been telling people, and I think we were mentioning it with the smaller crowds of just like closing the doors. Like, to me, I don't want to do major tournaments right now, kind of a thing, or major events. But would I love to do like a super underground kind of vibe of things, of bringing like once a super fight every month or something? That's kind of dope. Like, that's more my style, is doing something that feels unique. That's not, instead of trying to be like this, where everybody falters because they try to go so big. It's like, nah, dude, you got to earn your stripes. Start small, build it with your thing, and make it dope. Because a lot of the times when I look at a lot of these guys who are making these events, they blow their fucking money within seconds, dude.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, if we go back and look at all the events that have come and gone, there's a pattern of the ones that did it right and the ones that did it wrong. And those of us who watch it closely from a business standpoint can kind of tell you from the beginning who's going to fucking make it long term. And it's not that hard, like, everybody just wants to be fucking big and bad, and like, I'm the new guy in town, hear me roar. But is what it is.
The hardest part of it too is whenever you see people like that, they see the model of it. And I would never tell anybody not to dream big or do something like that is them. But it's always so funny when you see people going like, hey man, I want credit for paying these people. And I was like, the bare minimum? Like, no one should just give you, that should be part of the gig.
It should be assumed that that's going to happen.
I don't think that's like a distinguishing, if that's a distinguishing characteristic of your brand, then maybe your brand isn't as unique as you think it is.
Oh my God. Hey, I did what I said I was going to do. Give me kudos. Yeah, no, it's sad, man. Like, we love this sport, but there's a lot of fucking dumbasses. Wow. Sorry. Got a call Thursday, did his blood work on a plane.
Bro. Sometimes I think things like that do have a nice way of playing out, but I would tell you this right now. I would be so nervous to take a fight. I'm a guy who does tape study like nobody's business. And to me, that is the only way I could do this sort of a thing. So anytime I have my fighter friends who are like, I would do it in a heartbeat, I'd be like, when do I have to let you know? Kind of a thing, like, is my vibe. But kudos to them, dude. And we've seen it work for a lot of these guys and pay off really big in the COVID time.
Yeah, I mean, same with the guy who won last time. He was real short notice fight. K, real short notice fight. This guy looks like he's in pretty good shape.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, wish that was the problem for me. It'd be like, are you ready to fight? It'd be like, no, but I could be. Yeah. Do you guys have slimming, like widescreen cameras that you can use for me?
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of the Tim Bosch body type.
Yeah, no, there's somebody. Oh,
I hate that you're ahead of me.
I know, but when I do stuff like that, I don't give everything away. I just
Well, I'm glad about this one. He's making me here. Thank fucking God. That was a stoppage, though.
Well, that's what I was going to say is the thing I will credit myself as to not fully giving away to you is like he tried to get back up on it, and the ref was very nice to say, all right, let's see what you can do here, pal.
Well, I'm back in the green on that one.
Good man. See? Things are coming up bright for you. Ooh. He gets the nice touch here, and he doesn't fucking do anything with it, dude. He just fucking eats two right in the side. Look. Jab, cross.
Oof.
And that cross is what just puts him down. Ooh. But look, he gets back up, takes a shot, tries to push him over into the cage, slips in the process of getting a single, gets another shot essentially to the chin, and then now he's just taking shots that he's not protecting himself on, and no bueno.
Oh, good Lord. That was some very accurate punching from
Absolutely.
What's this guy's name? Sato?
It's on the fucking thing.
Not on my screen.
No, look at our screen here.
Oh, I wanted to say Takashi, so I got that part right. I'm sorry, I'm busy watching the fights, Raph.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, you can't multitask and do this.
I'm multitasking multiple things, trying to make money. My wife has been sitting here this whole time, actually enjoying the fights too, which is nice. And I was just waiting for her to say, "Hey, you're a fucking moron," like 9 times. So. Yeah.
I just like the fact that you're like, if only there was a place where the name would appear. Oh yeah, it is down there. Okay, well played, Raph.
Another one for the bad guy.
You know what's great? Thank you, John McKinnon, for your like. We give you this, but I would give you a toast if you give it a share. Which, by the way, I'm going to need to get another drink in a second. I would tell you this, though, man. This has already been pretty good. We have to do a cheers. I just forgot about that. That's why I need another drink. Cover me for me while I go grab the beer.
Okay, cool. Well, since I'm covering, I'm going to go ahead and say that Raph forgot to cheers the last one as well. As we went off.
We had to fucking move. This train can't stop every fucking second. I thought I cheersed him.
It's okay. We'll double cheers.
Wait, hold on. I thought I got karma.
Did you?
Yeah, that was the last one. I gave him a cheers, and then we had to close out. And when we closed, we went super fast out because they were at time expiration. But in between commercials, we did cheers him.
Right, I'll fact check you later.
Thank you. Talk to the audience.
Well, Tashi is looking like a fine gentleman. We'll see what he says here in his post-fight speech. I don't know why they do these no-contact post-fight speeches. They've been saying it from the beginning. Like, Rogan's been like, oh, well, we're all tested in there. Why do I have to sit away from my broadcast partner? Why do I have to interview people not in the ring? Like, come on. Yes. We're all going to get COVID. They're literally in here bleeding on each other, risking AIDS. And we're worried about them touching a commentator or breathing on someone. Like, come on. I don't even know who's commentating right now. It sounds like that's my guy. I don't remember his fucking name. But yeah, I don't understand this. Not really on the back of the head either. All on the side. That was a little bit of a late stoppage, in my opinion. My audio is low going in and out. Interesting. Well, I'll move closer towards my face and Raph can let me know later. But here he is talking to John Anik. They got the translators. Never mind. I'm not going to do this shit with the translators. Raph, is my audio okay? Because the people in the comment section are saying it's a little low.
You might be a little low. I don't know how to make you louder. Is the only
I got it on mine.
Okay.
All right. I bumped it up a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, the hard part about doing it on this version is that they don't give you a master volume control on
they give you a mixer.
But here's some good news. On the eCam that I used on the 80cc one that we did in 2019, and I don't want to give too much away to the people at StreamYard, but they apparently are trying to make a software that's just like this.
Ooh, perfect.
So what they're saying is they're like, hey, listen, some of the competitors are doing that. They're like, it's already in the plan. And to me, I'm like, dude, I have more gadgets that I can do with this. The big sell of this particular thing is like when I pull on shit like this, it's just so user friendly and easy to be able to put on, this and this. And then that way, when I add this to the stream, it doesn't matter. We can literally do it. And it's just very simple.
Yeah, and I've also been experimenting because they allow you to pull video clips on too, so I can do commercials as well if I want to be a real big sellout and make that big bucks.
Bro, I mean, I figured out that you could do. I saw that the video was new, but before then, I had tested it out with a couple guests where I would just like the way I share a screen, I would have like a QuickTime video go up, and I would put something over it. And the hard part about it is like the only thing I don't like is you both have to be in frame to talk. If there was a way we could talk where we're not on air and I could see you off air and have like the little frame go on and be like, oh, that's money. So it just like small little things. But if Ecamm does make that technology happen, dude, I'm going to be so set. And the one that sends it to all 4 variations, so Twitch, Periscope, YouTube, and Facebook, the Restream that I use.
Yep.
They have one as well.
I saw that.
They just upped theirs to 6 guests. It used to be, I think, 4. And I have access to that. But the only thing you can't do on that one yet is share your screen. So I feel like all of them are trying to piece together very similar things where I would maybe X this out at some point. But for right now, I'm like, dude, it's so like of all the guests I've had, there's nothing easier than saying, here, use this. Because otherwise I have to walk them through Skype.
I know, it's so much easier than all that crap.
I got to say, man, as much as I love my Ecamm, I love it. The user friendliness of this has just been idiot proof.
Sorry, I'm putting in my next bet. Very easy. Yeah, this is totally idiot proof because look at us, a couple of idiots doing a real live broadcast with our fancy microphone. Oh, I mean, I have a fancy microphone. You just have your headphones.
I like that. Somebody just said with the with the Fight Island. Let me put this back into frame just so that people can see it again. But with the Fight Island, somebody asked the question, well, that's cool, but like, what if it's windy? Will there be sand blowing around into people's eyes?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's actually I mean, the sand looks pretty shallow, but could be. Great question. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate it.
Yeah, man, they need to think about that because wasn't it Bodog that used to do the outdoor events and everybody bitched about that?
Yep. Man, oh God, Bodog. You remember Bodog. That's so beautiful. Like, I feel like people who have lived from Pride on have a shared sensibility that new fans will never understand.
Yeah. I mean, when you're coming from an organization that is hanging people out of their hotel rooms to do a contract, and Bodog, which was run by some Russian billionaire on an illegal betting site, which is now totally fine, but I don't know.
Can I tell you this, though? You know what one of my favorite things to do is, so when I was in grad school, I had actually convinced them to let me do pretty much all my graduation work on the UFC. So I basically was talking about the business practices of the UFC. And there's a significant part of like one of my final papers that I wrote that goes, I know, stop me, this is true, but the Yakuza is involved. And like, it's something to see your teachers look at you and go, you're making this up. And I go, think about what I'm saying to you. A fight organization, which in modern US terms would be the mob, has a Japanese equivalent that it's very successful that goes broke. Where do you think they're going to get the money from? So at that point, they went from being like, Raph, you're full of shit, to tell me more about this story. And I was like, oh, sit back, it gets good. And so to me, it was these people who didn't want anything to do with fighting suddenly now going like, oh, go on. And how did they spin that? And I was like, well, here are the PR practices they did for this and this and this. And like the minute I figured that out, I was like, oh, I'm money, dude.
So you're telling me they took the guys with gigantism and fed them to the Russian fighters?
I mean, the only thing that I had one advisor tell me was like, hey, Raph, I know you love this, but like, maybe not as much about it. I was like, I'm just so stoked. This is such a crazy fucking thing.
Oh, Jesus. And the fact that Dana White talks about getting run out of Boston by Whitey Bulger. Like,
honestly, I couldn't even get into that one because at that point, one of my biggest talking points was how the UFC was trying to say it wasn't boxing in terms of deaths. And as a result of that, I had to make like a campaign pivot of them saying like, hey, listen, this is what normal organizations like the NBA or the NFL would do. Here's what Dana's doing with this. And instead of trying to say like, you're right, we're doing more for CTE research, he's literally doing a fight for the troops where the money will be donated to CTE research while also doing a sport where he's not addressing the inherent CTE that will happen. So it's a little bit of a PR disaster, and suddenly they don't do those things anymore. And to me, I was always like, dude, fight for the troops is a home run. They should be doing that shit every year. Like, I don't see why they wouldn't do that for the UFC, but I think it is possible they finally got around to thinking like, maybe this doesn't all check out, or maybe it was hard to do. But I still, to me, on paper, fight for the troops in UFC, easy. Do it every year.
Yeah, 100%. Especially when they had like so many. I'm pretty sure the last one they did, they had Tim Kennedy on. They had Colton Smith, if I'm, and like now we don't. Oh, and Liz Carmouche because she was Marines.
Yep.
But I don't hear as much these days about active military guys fighting.
Yeah, and I don't know that. I mean, honestly, dude, Tim Kennedy is like a weird X Factor madman. That to me, I'm like, yeah, they probably made special exception for him at that time. But I think Tim would also be one of the first people to tell you, hey, listen, dude, there's no way you can do both. Like, you really, if you are trying to be active military, you're not going to be honest to your want to be a UFC fighter, despite how noble your intentions may be. It's just not going to be fair to you. And dude, I've gotten the opportunity to interview Tim a number of times, and he's there, man. He's crazy in the sense that he'll try to do everything, but even he started to admit toward the end of his run, he's like, I don't know how smart this is.
And you know what's crazy? Even thinking about that, he beat Yoel Romero.
Yes.
Like, Jesus Christ. That guy was – him and Brian Stan are people that we don't talk about enough.
I'm still to this day sad we don't have Stan on commentary because I did like him a lot, and I thought that he was a good sounding board to a number of things. And I would say this, Tim Kennedy also shut me up very quickly as a grappling fan when he was able to neutralize Roger Gracie, because I thought, okay, if you give Roger Gracie his back, then it's not going to be a punching game anymore. And Tim showed that control for his perspective could be equally as advantageous to take the jiu-jitsu out of his style. And
100%.
That was a great fight to watch. I got to watch that one live covering it for the UFC, and it was dope, but part of me was kind of like conflicted because I was like, dude, I want the jiu-jitsu guy to win, but I'm so impressed with how he's doing it.
Yeah, Tim, his grappling was always super underrated. Yes, he wanted to grapple against like Bisping and people like that, but he never really got the credit he deserved as a submission grappler. You remember the days? Go ahead. You're about to say something.
No, I was just going to point out two quick things. We got two quick little small cheerses, and we'll come back to your point. But I want to give props over to Kyle Winter for giving us a like, and Rodrigo Gutierrez, friends of the show. Thank you guys for giving us some likes. The cheers here, but if you give us a full share, you get a toast. This is just a, hey, thanks, buds. We love you. So cheers to you guys.
Didn't you forget to cheers the last finish?
We did. We'll come back to it, but I want to hear your point first.
I was just going to talk about, do you remember the days, because you talked about covering the UFC, do you remember the days when you can get into MMA events as press by just having a fucking WordPress website?
How do I put this? So they were interesting to cover in the sense that I went in an era, I think I was covering them 2011, 12-ish. So they were in the process of trying to go legit in terms of how they carry themselves. And the hardest part about when people try to look legit is that they go out of their way to be even more ridiculous. So at a certain point, you look at them and you go, what the fuck, dude? Like, you guys are the fighting organization and you're trying to be legit, but you also want to be goons. So pick a lane that you want to go. So I was actually in an era where there were very, very reputable people who were reporting there. Like this before Ariel was behind a desk. Ben Folks would go to every event. I think even Luke Thomas was at these events. Like these were people who, before I got involved in doing this, I was like, I like their work. I respect what this person does or this person does. I think they write well. I think they have a good standard. And as I was there, dude, I remember just looking around and saying, this is a shit show. This is weird to be in the beast. The hours are worse than this. Like here, I show up from my home, and then I'm done. There, you're waiting for press row. You're on deadline. You're writing articles. By the time it's all said and done, you might have had a small part of the UFC buffet that they have for press row. That's like some salmon because you're trying to stay somewhat fit. But by 2 a.m. at night and you're waiting for GSP to come out to the presser, you are begging for them to bring out more popcorn so that you won't die from hunger and starvation because dinner was at 5 p.m. So to me now, when I'm sitting here with a beer and I'm like, do I miss it? Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I did it for a short period of time in like 2013, 2014, and mostly Bellator and World Series of Fighting because they came to Florida a fair amount.
Sure.
And, that was quite a shit show. But I got to see some cool shit. I remember Felice Herrig was on a card against, I think, Jessica Aguilar, fucking Emmanuel Newton, and his first fight with fucking, oh god, he had a trilogy with him. I don't fucking remember, but yeah, I don't know. I have pictures, and I'm this 19-year-old kid in an oversized sports jacket with like his hair slicked back, trying to be all official, and then I got guys next to me in like tap out shirts doing their press shit. God damn it, what am I doing?
I mean, honestly, dude, the weirdest part about it is everybody has, covering an event in their hometown. And I always said, like, when I would do coverage out in LA, the coverage in LA was different than coverage in Vegas because you were on their turf. On your turf, you always felt like, oh, this is fine or okay, whatever. But like being in Vegas is just this beast of looking around and saying, this is all weird. Like, I don't know how to explain it, especially like, dude, doing International Fight Week. When you talked about how they used to combine the Grapplers Quest events.
Yep.
I thought like, let's never have this end because it's a beautiful celebration to see a grappling tournament with the MMA fighters who occasionally would get in on the mix. And I always kept thinking like, especially as like a young fan then and saying, oh, this is cool. This brings both of the things I love together and meshes it into what it should be. And then realizing like they said like, nah, we don't want to do all this. We'll do our own variation of what this is. And I remember being so sad because it was just like, fuck, dude, that would be so cool if they keep it up.
Yeah, there was something pure about Grappler's Quest, whereas like the stuff they're doing now just kind of, not that it's dirty, but it just has a weird.
It's not the same. No.
Like I remember specifically, I just watched a match between like I think it was Joe Stevenson and Bill Cooper.
Yeah,
and like that's shit you would see all the time. There's matches between Luke Rockhold and Rustam, and like all these guys coming up. It's yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I think, oh well, in 5 years we'll look back at these and be like, oh, it's the same thing. But no, I don't.
I mean, it was a different era, and it's hard to explain to people who weren't around in that era, but I'm glad I did it. And would I do it again? Probably. I'm sure in a different context, but I just learned real quick, dude, the appeal of being there and being with amazing seats for coverage is not the same as being there as a fan. Like if I was a fan and had those seats, I'd be like, this is fucking amazing. But I would also not want to pay the amount of money for those seats. Yeah. On the other side, sitting there as a coverage guy going, these seats are cool, but that fighter's too incoherent to talk to tonight. So I got to figure out something else to do.
So in this cancel culture time, this Andre Allen kid has a Samoan tattoo. How much shit is he going to get for that?
It's a great question. I would tell you this. If he credits it to The Rock, then that's fine because The Rock is universal.
Dude, that is full on like, oh my. And he's from Milwaukee?
He's from the hard streets of Milwaukee, bro. You been?
Just go full out troll and start doing a haka right now and see what happens.
It's always great when you look at these things because you just go, I would never get a tattoo. And if I did, I don't know that I would get that of an encompassing of a tattoo, especially with one where The Rock could like send you a cease and desist letter to be like, nah, bro, don't.
I have a man's name tattooed on my ass, and my tattoo's still better than that.
I mean, I'm so glad that you revealed that to us because it does answer a lot of questions about your logic. This is nice. We're getting into a good series of exchanges between kicks and punches over here. Nice read. You see over on this way, it is, I believe, Dukakis, who is looking to try and get a takedown using the edge of the cage. Allen using pretty good balance thus far in. Doesn't quite have much in terms of his reach on being able to reverse the position. Almost kind of like grabbing the neck and the chin to try and rip him onto the other side. Switches over. Ooh.
I'm waiting. Still waiting.
Okay.
Oh! Man, that was a good 10 seconds.
Hey, bro, it was a good 10 seconds, but it's more so, again, if it ends, I don't think you'll see me act as much as me going, that's still going to go on, though that's a significant hit.
Man. All right.
Did you have someone on this?
I have the over.
Okay.
So, don't die. I'm pretty sure I only have the over.
It's perfectly understandable. I mean, at this point, it's a tough one. I will 100% tell you that.
This isn't gonna go.
Oh God, dude.
Outside wrist control is big.
Well, you mentioned wrist control.
On the back, wrist control. Up. What are you doing? Don't punch him in the face.
So the thing that, again, we come back into the realm of, bro, when you have the back, I would prefer, just me, who cares what I think, but it'd be nice if you got a 2-on-1.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you have that chin exposed and you get a little bit more tired, it's going to take so long for you to 2-on-1 and fight and continue to get out of there. It just makes it worse for you. And again, if it's a semi-competent grappler, they're going to see that neck real quick. Because I got to tell you, man, all my friends know they give me that neck for that long, dead.
Maybe like half slice ribs.
I gotta say, this Dukakis kid is pretty fucking tough. Now he's on the Maori's back, and he's using a real good leg ride here.
Absolutely.
He ate that fucking knee. It was in some hell. So he's making a fan out of me right now. Now, here's the question. I got big headphones on. Is Bisping on commentary tonight?
I thought I heard him earlier.
Yeah, my wife said he is. I like Bisping on commentary.
I'm okay with it. I only like him because I don't have people that I think are amazing from what he does. I just kind of go, oh, I like Dom. Anik's a robot.
I like Bisping more than Dom. I like it when Bisping and Cormier are on there together because they just fucking make fun of each other the whole time. It feels like this, and I get the feeling that Bisping is drunk while he's doing commentary all the time, so it makes me like him even more.
That's fair. I think that's just him growing up from years of being on the hard streets of the Brish. But I would tell you, the only thing that is for me is when I hear Dom is I at least acknowledge like, all right, he's not trying to play anything up. And yeah, sometimes getting viewed as being smarter isn't a bad thing.
Ooh.
With Cormier, I always go, dude, you're just trying too fucking hard. Like I can't get into a natural process of it. It's like
a lot of blood.
It is a lot of blood, but you know what? He's going to get a second round in just a second when they come back from a break. So they will return on just a second. But yeah, the hardest part with Cormier is, do you ever have somebody who tells you a joke that's like a friend who does like one of these things where they go, and you go, shut the fuck up, dude. It's not funny. It's not funny. You're a nice enough a guy. I'm not laughing at it.
I just fucking love Cormier. I don't know what it is about him. He's just a fucking big old teddy bear,
I love him and his story and what he stands for. And I think that he is a better fit. And I was arguing with one of my friends about this. I think he is a better fit when he is on detail or behind a desk. But on commentary, it just doesn't do it for me because it gets away with the mystique of, hey, this is fun, you guys. Oh, man, thank you guys so much. I can't believe you guys brought me here. And it's like, vomit, no.
I think he just has too much time to talk, whereas behind the desk, he's limited to a certain sound clip, or a certain amount of time. When you have to commentate fights for 8 hours and you're Daniel Cormier, it just doesn't go well.
No, and like I said, it's not because I dislike him as a person. Half the time I just don't really care. I think he's an amazing wrestler, and I think he's probably a great coach in waiting, dude, just in terms of like once he's done here. I think he's going to be an amazing MMA coach, and I wonder if that'll actually be the thing that keeps him off some of the desk at some times. But to me, when I hear him talk, a lot of my nerves and my spidey sense goes off where I go, land it, say the words, get out. But instead, it just takes him like 40 seconds to say what somebody needs 10 seconds to say.
I don't want to interrupt you here, but the Caucasus hands are pretty fucking good, man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Pretty fucking crisp.
Absolutely. And keep in mind, though, Dukakis is now the one working from guard.
Oh, wait. I think I took him as well as one of my bets. I gotta double check this shit. I'm pretty sure I made that bet. Maybe it didn't go through. Oh, no, I made that bet as well. All right, cool. Well, I'm happy about this now. So if he makes it another minute and a half, I'll be happy.
Okay. That a minute and a half is, I think, something that is
Doable.
possible here. Yeah, I think it's doable. Also, dude, what is the tattoo on Allen's like rib side area that transfers all the way to his back?
Dude, he's got some bad tattoos in general. Like he's got the Maori tattoo. He looks like he's got is that a state?
That's what I'm trying to figure out here, dude.
He's got his last name really poorly written across his back. It
Like,
looks like
the Hawaii of tattoos where it's supposed to be on the map, but it just goes a little bit off of it.
Maybe no, with a name like Allen, I don't think he's actually Hawaiian. If I was a man with a little more, what's the word I'm looking for?
I just want to let you know that no matter how that sentence ends, I've already done the clip of, if I was a man, end clip.
If I was a man with a little more character, I'd be a little upset. Or a little sorry if he was actually Hawaiian. But with a name like Allen, you don't fucking deserve one of those. Ooh, nice guillotine attempt. Ooh,
Yep.
Right to the back. Ooh, man. Well, I got my over. Let's see if I get my underdog bet.
Absolutely.
That's a lot of good attack on the leg. Why? Okay, he's a wrestler. That's what it is.
Yeah.
He just went into like basically honey hole and tried to pass it over. I don't understand why they do that shit. Like wrestlers, specifically funk wrestlers, like Ben Askren, will basically set up a leg entanglement and then just pass it over. It's like those stupid IBJJF guys when they go to like 50-50 just to like pass or like come up for two. Like what the fuck?
You should really see me coaching some of the guys, because there's a moment where I go, what did you do? And why did you discard all of that you just worked for? And they're like, oh man, I just like to do that. And I go, could we stop it? Like,
Yeah, man.
Don't disregard the position.
Like, did you ever see that the Tanner Rice clip where he's just like, oh, okay, I see your eyes. I'm waiting for it.
I've already precursed this earlier in the evening, but I think it bears repeating. Unless
Oh my god,
and fucking Saunders, stop it.
Oh, he swept him with the omoplata.
He did. But to me, like, I think that you have to make a series of very interesting decisions to be put in an omoplata position in an MMA fight, is usually my perspective. Unless you have somebody really technically proficient at that, which can happen. I totally get it. But it's rare.
Unless you're like a rubber guardian of sorts, I would not think that an omoplata is a move you should be attempting in MMA. You're just going to get your guard fucking passed.
Yeah.
And your back fucking taken.
While we have a moment, though, because we're going to be counting down the last few seconds of this second round, which kudos to these gents. They're going to make it to a third. I want to go ahead and show you guys what I'm drinking for this portion of the telecast. And as Josh is going to go ahead and do his thing, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys what I'm drinking. I am drinking a beer called the Joaquin Dead. Look at this. This, again, is from the Evans Bros Brewing Company, or the Evans Brewing Company. It is fucking amazing. They have a nice little bit of a poem over here that says, here is a little story about a fella named Joaquin, a man with many faces that have never been seen. Atop his throne, he drank a beer made for yeast. Everything changed when the virus was released. Wandering the streets, lonely and toasty, searching for a beer that's malty and roasty, walking the line of the living and the dead, looking for that ice-cold Joaquin Dead Mexican Red. They put some time into that. Good for them. But this is stellar. Just all of the faces of one Joaquin Phoenix. You gotta give a lot of props to these folks. This is a fucking stellar beer. I want to zoom in on that because those are some of the lesser known characters. And that Johnny Cash, that's what really won him the Oscar. He was good in Joker, don't get me wrong, but Walk the Line, man, so good in that. He's also super good in Gladiator and a number of other roles. But let's go ahead and go back to the fights over on this side right now, just to fill you guys in. Myself, Star-Lord Leduc, coming to you guys all evening long. We've got fight footage everywhere. Right now, it does appear that Third Coast Grappling should have started. Let's refresh and see if they're now up to date on this one. Kumite number Tres is happening, and I'm just refreshing to make sure. Yes, it does look like we are actually at Matthias and Bradley. Oh, is that part of the tournament, or is this just a feature match? Anyway, Star-Lord Leduc will be coming back in shortly, but we've got Alan and Dukakis over on the UFC right now, and we've got Star-Lord back. Hey, Matthias and Bradley, that's just a feature match, right? They're not actually in the Kumite, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's a good match, though. That's fun.
I guess I'll pull up my Flow Grappling now.
I think we're at that point of the evening where it is coming up. But yes, after Matthias and Bradley, it is going to be Adrian DeMello versus Michael Lugo. And then we get into
I made that match.
Did you make that? How'd you make that match?
Because Ryan needed a brown belt, and I told him about Lugo, So
good for you. making it happen there.
I've made 3 matches on Third Coast so far, only 2 of which have taken place, I believe.
Okay. Hey, listen, that's a pretty good track record so far, though.
You know, Raph, there's a handful of people in this industry
Yeah.
that when you ask to get something done,
Mm-hmm.
they can get it done for you.
Okay.
I am one of those men.
Sure. I'm happy for you. I feel like you are a person who makes things happen.
Ooh.
And that, hey, man, I always just root for grappling and grapplers. So I don't really care how it gets done. I'm literally the guy who comes into a meeting and just goes, figure it out, and then just shuts the door and leaves. And then if it figures itself out, even better.
So, you want to hear a fun fact about Star-Lord that nobody probably knows?
Sure.
Well, I switched to not booze because the Star-Lord on Sunday mornings streams church services because he's trying to stay out of hell.
Again, you've brought this up a couple times, and I don't know that it'll keep you out of hell. But, in the event that they're like, by the way, we're doing a 1 sheet over on your background, and you wear shitbags 6 days of the week. And on an average, it's just not going to cut it. So you're not going up, you're going down. You're going to be like, oh, but come on. And they're probably going to tell you, you know what, you should have just drank the extra day.
Yeah, pretty much. You should have increased your alcohol consumption in the evenings.
I mean, it wasn't going to get better for you, bro. So here's some good news, though. Look at this. Good body triangle already here. So this is an actual improvement over what we have seen thus far in. And now we get the opportunity to see exactly how terrible some of these tattoos really are.
Yeah, I don't even know what's on the front of him. Oh, man, Dukakis might actually put, okay, dog tags and...
Is that? Oh, that is a dog tag. Thank you. Somebody did put it in the comment section. Aaron Willis said it was a dog tag. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. From the backside, it did look like it was an awkwardly shaped state. So we weren't exactly 100% wrong, but I just want to fill you in that we were guessing as best we could. So thank you very much for your laughter, Aaron Harris. And just as a reminder, if you guys share this and give it a like, we give you a cheers. And the only one that's gotten it thus far in is one Benjamin Zapata, and you don't want to let him get the only amount of credit on this show thus far in.
I love me some Zapata, so I don't care about that.
It's hard not to like him. He was somebody who I did an interview with Craig Jones, and he had just won an event. I want to say it was like an MMA fight, and I said, hey, man, you should come on this episode. Like, if you can come on this episode, come on. And I didn't tell him who the guest was. In addition to him. And he goes, oh, okay, sure. And then I go, hey, by the way, I wanted you to be on the episode with Craig because I think you're a pretty good guy. And he was like, dude, thanks, man.
Yeah, he's a real good dude. I'm real happy to see him have his own school now. And I think he's putting the MMA on hold for a little bit while he grows his school. But the thing about Zapata that really impresses me is he's one of those guys that doesn't ask what the rule set is, doesn't care with the weight class, age group, because he's a Masters 2 or 3 guy, and he's fighting MMA, against young guys. He's doing sub only, he's doing EBI rules, he's doing IBJJF rules. He's a multiple-time Masters world champion as well. So it's very
yeah, I have a huge, not even a huge list, but I have a huge appreciation, but a short list of people that I always have on my roster of will compete anytime, any place, don't care on the rule set. And those are the first people I call if I hear of something or I have something, because I go, you know what, dude, I don't want to spend time with you going back and forth over you thinking you're worth this, or you think that you'll compete, but only on certain rule sets. I want a guy who's going to give a show.
Yeah.
And if they're going to give us a show, then I want to do everything in my power to help them.
So this is interesting. Bradley is up 8-2 against Matthias.
Correct.
It's sub or first to 11 under Third Coast rules, and he has his back taken right now.
Yep. Which is an interesting thing because you would think you would get points for the back, but it's 2 points right now for Matthias. And now, I mean, it's looking bad because Bradley's been fending off this rear naked choke the entire time, and it's looking deeper progressively. And you are seeing Matthias start to rack it up. It is 36 seconds left to go on my clock over here. There's a streaming issue. Thanks, Flow Grappling. And we are now looking over on the fight statistics for the UFC for Allen and Dukakis. It is 21 difference in distance strikes between him. However, significant ground strikes go to Allen and takedowns go back to Dukakis. Ground control is almost pretty close, though. We get an official decision coming up right now. And Bradley is in on what I look at the very beginning, like a kind of makeshift heel hook.
Yeah.
Did he get it? He did get it.
He did. Yeah, he got the mega heel outside heel hook. Well, this might be the time to announce it, Raph, but I have a Breaking Mechanics DVD dropping, and I cover that exact break. I'll have to,
Whoa. You know what? The pageantry of this cage, I don't think I've seen somebody walk out of the octagon quite like you did Dukakis in a while. And I think part of it is because there is no crowd. There is no real like form to this. Dukakis just bailed after he heard the result.
Yeah. I thought Dukakis won that, but oh well.
All right, well, let's do this. Let's catch up with some lost time. I'm going to give you the opportunity to give Bradley the cheers on this one, sir.
Oh, from the Third Coast? Okay.
Yeah, we do those two.
Yeah. Fuck. Who did he just have? Oh, Hunter. Kevin Bradley, you, sir, are a man on a mission. Last weekend, Submission Underground. Now, Third Coast Grappling. I'm just happy to see who could beat. Congrats on the outside heel hook, bud.
Absolutely. Dude, with 12 seconds left to spare, too.
Oh, look. Howell Teague is not on commentary. Thank fucking God. All right, so we have this match and then the tournament, right?
Correct. And they're starting off that tournament in an epic way with Roberto and Ty.
I know. That's a weird match, man.
It is. You've got, I believe it is Brandon Allen saying that he's not too happy with himself right now. He has moved his career ahead to 15-3.
It's a pretty good record.
It's a great record.
Nah, Raph, I'd say it's pretty good.
I've seen better.
So we got this dude walking out.
Yeah. What's even more weird about how Allen is at this moment is, especially with that little, old school 1980s headset over here, is the fact that you hear every one of his deep breaths that he's taking after getting into a war of a fight.
Yeah.
Do you ever see, I believe it's Neil Brennan has this bit. Neil Brennan, the comedian, co-creator of Chappelle's Show, has this bit where he goes, dude, do you ever see how at the end of pop stars concerts, they do this thing where they'll stand. He'll be like, Usher will stand after doing 29,000 moves and just go. He goes, I wish I, as a comedian, could end a set by being like, yo, that girl's fat. And just finish like that. And by the way, that is how he finished his set after doing a joke. And it is
that is pretty epic.
It's brilliant. I loved every second of it. So it says, wait, one of those judges gave Allen the last round. 30-27 might be the worst scorecard of all. So a lot of people are saying a judge gave Allen the third round, and I think that's where the confusion is. And maybe that is why Dukakis pieced the fuck out of that.
Did they mix up who's who?
Possibly, dude. That's why it's really important to put distinguishing characteristics on the scorecards. So that way you could say, like, has either a tattoo of Hawaii or dog tags underneath. I think that's an important thing to do. What are we seeing over on Third Coast Grappling right now, though?
Well, DeMello is up by 2 after sweeping Mike Lugo. Lugo is more of a no-gi guy. Oh, my God. One of my white belts just texted me saying, what's the rule set of Third Coast? Not now, Scott Weaver. Fanboy. But, yeah, so we got DeMello on top looking to pass. Lugo is more of a no-gi guy, but he is so game. he took it on like 6 hours notice in the gi. So it should be a good match.
So you said that you put together 3 matches here?
Yes. So Combs in the tournament,
Okay.
Lugo, and then I helped put together Zach Edwards versus Justin Rennick, but that didn't happen because Rennick got hurt.
Yeah, I
But
saw that,
Zach-
dude. That's a bummer. You know, is Rennick one of yours?
Yes, I work with Rennick, or my company works with Rennick.
Good, because he's on my list. And it was funny because I had people telling me, they're like, they said, "Hey man, what do you think? Like, would you interview you Justin?" Kind of a thing. And I was like, he's on my list to interview. I'll get to him. And then I always tell him, I'm like, listen, if there's one thing I learn about doing what I do, is I don't push it. I know when the time is right to interview them. And I was like, but if he ever asks, I'm aware of who he is. I like what he does, and just tell him to stay consistent. So that's good to know. But I think they even told me, they were like, well, you know, he's one of Josh's. Now I'm not going to interview him. No.
Well, that's all my guys need. Get boycotted by Flo and Rafa.
I was about to say the second biggest media outlet in all, because if it's not them interviewing, who's it going to be?
I don't know, Raf. Who's it going to be?
I don't know. I don't want to throw shade to any of these other podcasts, but I can. I just want to remind people, though, one of the funnest things about doing this gig is that, like, you want to be one of the first voices there. But I think, like, before I interview some people, sometimes I will send them a note that just says, I'm not interviewing you yet, but it's coming. Or, like, I'll be like, yo, that fucking match you had was fire. Here's this. And it's just a time or place sort of a thing. And I'm just like, not there. Because sometimes you also get the vibe of they don't want to talk yet.
Yeah, that's a big one. They don't want to talk it. They haven't processed it yet. I've always been a fan of saying, hey, you know what? I don't want to be the first voice. I want to be the loudest voice.
Yeah. But I would tell you, though, one of my favorite things with Hunter Colvin that I don't even think he knows is, I think after he was at like EBI or something, he had this amazing performance. And I literally sent him a note on his Facebook Messenger. And I said, hey, man, what's up? Like, kind of my usual introduction towards, I don't know if you block these sort of messages, but I just kind of want to see if you have it open. Let's see what's going on. And it was my way of saying, like, hey, man, if you're going to respond to this, I'll put you on tomorrow. He doesn't get back to me. Maybe 2 months later, one of my friends goes, hey, man, would you interview Hunter Colvin? I was like, I already tried. I was like, you tell him to look at his fucking inbox. And then they just laughed. He goes, oh, man. He goes, did you try to reach out to him? I was like, it just didn't work that time. I was like, I'll circle back to him. It's not like I hate him. I was like, it's just it didn't work that time when I had an open spot. I was like, but he's really fucking good. And lo and behold, he's continuing to put together a really fucking good resume. That match, I believe, with him and Bradley was my favorite match from Submission Underground.
Yeah, that was a really good match. And I forget who it was in the comment section calling for that first round. And credit to Submission Underground. They listened to their comment section. That's how Hunter got on.
And, dude, I love it, man, because that reaches all the way up to Chael, who on the commentary puts him over. And for me, I honestly, so when I put up that submission or that fight of the week, my initial impression was like, dude, you know who left a really good impression match-wise was I liked the initial start of Cody versus Andy at Submission Underground.
Yeah.
But as a whole, I thought that Hunter and Adam had a more diverse match. And to me, I was like, I don't mind either one of them giving the nod, but 3 minutes of less action in Cody and Andy's just comparatively just was like, fuck, dude, I got to go with Andy and Hunter. That was a good match. Both of them were good in different ways. Like, you know, seeing Andy come in with a slam right up top that just looked effortless. I was like, dude, that's a great statement.
Yeah, 100%. Man, this I talked to Ryan, and he was unhappy with the production value of the first couple Third Coast. But I got to say, this is much improved. The camera work, I can't hear the commentary, so I can't comment on that. But It looks good, man. So Jean Volante is going up to heavyweight. It says he was the light heavyweight and heavyweight champion at Ring of Combat, but he's got a little bit of a gut going on right now.
I would tell you this. I think that actually this camera, this style, this vibe is a much better play for Third Coast, which in the past, when they had their other setup, and I understand COVID is nice in the terms of we would like to have a bigger setup and a bigger vibe, but this just seems like a little bit more put together, because the hardest thing about doing the events in that bar setting that they were doing them at was that it just looked sloppy.
Yeah, I like this. So right now, Melo's up 7-0. If he mounted, he would have tech falled Lugo.
Yeah.
But now they go to some form of overtime. I believe it's golden score, at least for the tournament. I think it's golden score. But in the past, they have let them choose positions. I don't know how this is going to go.
Yeah, I forgot their rule set. So when I did, I think one of these fight companions last week, I remembered, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago, but I remembered seeing Jake on there or Combs, and I go, shouldn't you lose by now? Like, shouldn't you have, like, don't get me wrong, you guys are nice guys, but what the fuck are you doing still in this? Did they just give you like a Make-A-Wish kind of fulfillment to come back in, like a double bonus? Did you hit the right go spot? Did you get a craps, or how did this work? And then once they explain, they're like, well, actually, it's first to 11 or submission. I go, no.
Yeah, so it's 5 minutes golden score overtime. The guy who's up on points gets to choose the position. So Melo chose closed guard. I think the positions are closed guard, top or bottom, and I think neutral, if I'm not mistaken. I don't fucking know. I'm talking out of my ass. But Lugo had some nice pass attempts.
Mm-hmm.
He's in here. Oh,
is he? No, he's not passed or anywhere yet. But this is honestly, dude. Here's the good news: is this is the dumbest part, but this is the perfect IBJJF scoring element of when you get that kind of like if they 50-50 with you and you stand up on it. That's normally enough in IBJJF to say like thanks.
Yeah, I don't know if I was talking to some promoter and they were saying we're not doing that shit anymore. I don't know if it was Ryan or if it was someone at Jits Kings. I don't fucking remember.
Well, I mean, you've had more words, I'm assuming, with Jits Kings folks for perspective than most people would.
Oh, they just gave him 2 for coming up on 50-50, so it wasn't these guys. Lugo, thanks for stepping up, bud.
I would tell you this, though. It is reminiscent of when I say things like, the IBJJF is strong with this one.
Very true.
I mean, dude, it is what it is. And I always feel a sense of sympathy for the athletes because I just, we're always pushing towards submissions. That's what we want. That's what we're looking for.
Shit, look at John's belly.
Yeah.
That's bigger than mine. He's got more love handles than me.
I don't know that I would call it that, but he's definitely got, some serviceable grips, one might say.
He's got some thick boy stuff going on.
What I would tell you is this. I always feel for the athletes because I do like to see them try and push for submissions. I totally get that. But when people are in the gi, sometimes I have to pull them aside and go, you knew what you were getting into. When you put on a gi, sometimes we do funny rule sets, and it comes with the territory, dude.
Oh, I think they're announcing the We Defy charity match. So Gordon's coming in to do a charity match. I don't know against who. I don't remember.
Maybe it's against Ryan because they can afford him.
I didn't say that.
Oh, whatever. Ryan knows me well enough. Listen, here's the best part. So sometimes when people want to do partnerships with you, and Ryan actually has been very nice with us. I have no problem with him. But when people want to do partnerships with us, or they want to get involved with us, or they want to be friends with us, they sometimes don't realize that we're going to do jokes that bust their balls. And so it's like, that's the whole brand. Like, we put in the actual name MMA Comedy Podcast. So what part of our logo do you get? Like, it's right there, dude. Like, I don't know how much more I can spell it out for you guys. So like, the beauty of it is always, yeah, we're rooting for you, but we're also going to do jokes that we just think are funny. Because,
you know, the worst thing is, like, leading up to the last Submission Underground, I had people who were ADCC medalists reaching out to people I know saying, hey, does Josh not like me? Because he's not picking me to win the match. I'm just like, no, I just say what I fucking think, and I make jokes. Doesn't mean I don't fucking like you. I'm like, why do you give a shit what I think? You're an ADCC medalist. Who am I?
But like, think about it in this terms, which is, I always tell people, I'm like, one, why do you care? Two, if you ever talk to me, feel free to tell me what you want. You're free to tell me whatever you want in person. I don't do jokes that I wouldn't say to your face. That's just not my policy. Like, other people will talk shit about you and not like you, but I tend to like most people. And the jokes I do on here, I would 100% do to somebody's face. So the hard part is when they say like, oh man, I can't believe you're doing this. I'm like, did you watch our show? Because if you did, like, this is bad research on your part, not my part, because we exist in our own little bubble. Like, that's the beauty of being your own owner of your content, is you just go like,
about getting drunk and talking shit on a podcast at home. You can say whatever you want.
Sure, but if I had to report back to the editor of Bloody Elbow after doing a podcast like this, I'd be like, hey, okay, don't fire me, but I might have had 2 beers that were high in alcoholic beverage content.
So not to you now, Raph, but Ty is walking out.
No, I got you.
Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, I was just going to see that scenario out, but I'll tell you guys this much. To those of you who are watching, thank you very much for joining in. We are watching both the Third Coast Grappling's Kumite number trace, and of course, we have the UFC going on in the background. So I'm going to actually put up what we've got coming up next. We've got Gian Briante versus Maurice Green. And then on the Third Coast Grappling, we have Ty Rotolo taking on the very, very popular one, Roberto Jimenez. So this is going to be a very, very fun moment.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. I like him. His dad is fucking hilarious.
So I have really not talked to the dad as much as I've talked to Roberto. And I think at the World, was it Jiu-Jitsu Festival, Roberto was saying hi to a whole bunch of people around me, walked away, and then realized it was me, and then ran back to apologize profusely. And I was like, that's not necessary. Like,
it's like, oh, you're much shorter in person.
No, actually what it became was him going like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize you for a split second. And I was like, I don't change in looks. I look the exact same always. Like, no, you just walked by and there's Eddie Bravo and all these other people who I was talking to before you, kid. And I will tell you this, Roberto Jimenez is going ADCC style, sans rash guard against Ty Rotolo. Any idea for that? Any particular reason you think he's doing that?
I think he just likes to flex. You know, that's what he did last time too. So how quickly is the flying triangle coming?
Bro, I mean, attempt number 1, but Rotolo is
attempt number 1.
Rotolo is responding in kind with his own cat-like, pouncing back at him, though. That's the nice part of that.
That was quick as hell, man.
Absolutely.
Now, I hate that PO and John are first round, but when John advances, either one of these matches is going to be fun to watch. Rotolo or Jimenez, like,
oof. Yeah, that gut is nicely hanging out. I will tell you that much.
I'm not on that part yet. I have the green.
You're going to see it in a second because it is there in all of its
Lord, that is a bigger gut than mine. Listen, I am in more shape than that UFC fighter.
let's not take away from Ty Rutello, who is doing his best to kind of get out of a back take from one Roberto Jimenez. And I'm not sure if they're going to restart them in a position that is similar to this. Nope. Maybe no. I mean, Roberto's definitely coming over. And does Roberto have ink? I didn't know he had tattoos on him.
Oh yeah, right on the back of his neck. Little neck tramp stamp.
Of course, they're starting on the fight over on my side. So you've got Vellante versus Green. It's 4:35 on my clock. Meanwhile, over on Third Coast Grappling, you have Ty Rutello trying to take out a leg here from Roberto Jimenez. This is a smart strategy.
Man, if Rutello takes the leg of Jimenez, because listen, I told John, if Jimenez comes out, you're taking his leg home, because John has been working hard on his leg locks.
So I would tell you this: when John and I were rolling a bit, I mean, John can fuck me up a lot, but I would tell you, of all the things that scare him the most, it would be leg attacks in that regard from somebody who's a non-threat.
Yes.
And so when I would look at him and I was like, John, if I'm equaling out the score on you on this, we have to work on this.
Yes.
You should 100% just be bossing me the whole time. And I got to tell you, man, from when I saw it, we took a nice little bit of pride in that when he had a nice match against Enrico Coco, he held his ground for a lot of that match. And I was like, dude, I think that's a good progress marker because Enrico Coco is the advanced level. You know what I mean?
Yes, and I got to work with him. Me and Spencer both worked with him a lot leading up to that BJJ Fanatics. And even though he got heel hooked by Taza, his leg defense was much improved. He defended a lot of attacks very well. Ooh, and Rutello here is looking. He's looking for a clover leaf. That shit don't work.
I mean, here's the other thing: is if it is going to work, it's not going to work amongst a fellow person who's young and rubbery. If you're going to do it, it's got to be locked in and with somebody who's a little bit more concerned about how they're going to be able to walk tomorrow. Both of these guys don't give a fuck because they're fucking children.
That's one of those Galvo leg locks.
Nicely done. Ooh, I like this, though. There's a low blow that they're going to take a little bit of a little breather on. But if you look very quickly over on the UFC side, it almost looked like it was going to be a double low blow. Now Roberto looking in much better condition on his side.
Yeah.
Trying to work his passing over here. Rutello's still doing a decent job, even though the upper part of his body is a little more compromised. He still has a good hook, which does give him the ability to maybe create some space.
Man, that is not where you want to be right now if you're Rutello, because he is way smaller.
I would agree, but look at the grip he has on this leg that he doesn't want to give it up at all. Like, he understands the key for him winning as an X factor is let's put some investment in here. And that's not something I see with the Rutello twins a whole bunch.
Yeah, no, he definitely realizes if he's going to win by submission, it's going to be by an inside heel hook against Jimenez.
But hey, man, listen, dude, you better believe that even myself, somebody who, again, would be a non-factor, that would be 1,000,000% the strategy, which is I've seen you get submitted with this. I'm going to have to make the best effort I can to get to there.
You know, it's really interesting because we saw Jimenez get tapped out by Quentin by inside heel hook.
Yep.
And then we saw Jimenez survive against Dan Martinez in some deep leg entanglements. So it seems like – oh, and then he got submitted by Mourinho with the shittiest outside heel hook I've ever seen in my life. And I don't know, man. It's like it seems like he's improved, and then he isn't.
Let me propose this. I feel like he is also at an age where his mistakes are going to seem more epic, but he is also still very much figuring it out because
he's young.
A lot of his style is very IBJJF friendly and very classic, so that some of these X Factor things, which most, like, say, no-gi schools concentrate on, would make it seem a little bit like, oh, why is that not there? You know, for me, I look at him and I say, dude, this kid's there. Ooh, listen, all of the respect in the world to Ty, because that was
close.
That was a great that was a great attempt, I would say.
That was really nice stuff. He
And
just needs to proper breaking mechanics. He would have had that.
but here's the good news, though. Jimenez is still ahead by 2 on this.
Yep.
I think Ruotolo knows that rather than try and do anything stupid, he's got to really up the submission attempts because the possibility of getting points might be a little bit more diminishing as we go.
Yeah, and I mean, he also just needs to not get tech fault, and then he gets to go to that overtime.
Yep. I would say this. Andre Santiago says, people have to stop being so sensitive. Bottom line, in your show, it's your house. Cheers. Yeah, I get it, man. But you know what's weird about this sport is it's a lot smaller of a community than you would ever imagine. And what sometimes is weird for fighters or grapplers is to hear someone voice concern of something they may not be good at that they hear later at a certain point. So to me, that's why I'm kind of like, listen, I don't think I'm ever offhandedly mean to anybody, but if I say something that catches somebody on the wrong day, they might have their own insecurities play a role. And I think that's by the time they come up to me, I'm always like, well, what are you going to do? Are you going to fight me about it?
I'm offhandedly mean a lot. I've never had anyone try to fight me.
No, I've never had anybody try and fight me either. I've had people, I've had 1 or 2 people, 1 I think, try to like almost shove me around, and I was just kind of like, what are you gonna do? Like honestly, what are you going to do? And to me, I'm like, this person would undoubtedly beat me up, but if it's going to come to that, then that's what it's going to come to. For me, it's always just, listen, dude, why do you think I'm communicating this? We're all excited by this art. We all like fighting, or we like jiu-jitsu, or we like some form of combat. So at a certain point, dude, like, get excited like I do and do one of these things and try not to say some shit as you do it and see how that works.
You know what it also is? Whenever we criticize, it's not from a point of like, oh, I don't like that guy. It's from, hey, I want to see what this guy's going to be like if he improves in his lesser areas, Same thing with Combs, man. Like, I told him, like, bro, your leg locks suck, Your leg lock defense sucked. And now he fixed it, and he's a fucking monster. And it's so cool to see. Like, imagine Roberto with, like, one of the best leg lock games out there. Like, my God.
And more importantly, like, the kid's all of what now? Is he 20 or something like that? 19, 20. I think him and Tackett are like 19 and 20, and a Ruotolo twin is what, same age? Like, these are the kids who are going to be the future. So let them fucking do what they're going to do, because they're still figuring out as they go. Because look at them. They're the future of what we're going to see as exciting grappling for years.
Ooh, this is going to count as points. So we're in overtime. Jimenez is about to score. My feet is a little jacked up for some reason.
Bro, same. And you know what? I got to credit these two because they are not making me look at the UFC match at all.
Yeah, no, I wasn't watching that first round at all. I'm watching it now because Green's turning it on. But, yeah. Ooh, is he on his neck? He might actually finish this RNC.
He's got a good spot of it. I think he's just going to start muscling it in just a little bit. But no, actually, I think Ruotolo's already starting to 2-on-1 it. And I think he's just a smidge off to the side. He can possibly start to flatten him out here. And now they're going to give the points, which will give the golden score, which means Roberto Jimenez is going to continue on in the tournament.
He's going to get the winner of PO and John Combs, which will be a fucking great match.
Well, hey, listen, dude, if we're talking about great first matches, you got Pierre first with John coming up right after this, but Wagner and Cody Steele is something I'm super excited about.
I can't wait for that one. Now, listen, I really like Cody, but after seeing what John did to him, I'm going to lean towards Wagner just because he has that old school mentality and he knows how to game.
Here's an interesting thing that I would tell you if Cody heard this, just to give you guys some perspective of the different types of people that we have and know in our little circle. If Cody heard that, Cody would not be like diminished.
Oh, yeah.
Cody wouldn't be like, oh, Cody would
bad.
just be like, dude, let me show you what I'm gonna do.
Oh, yeah.
And those are the reason why we like those grapplers.
Hey, listen, if he comes out like guns a-blazing and goes after Wagner and puts him on his back foot, he could definitely win this. But don't play that slow game with Wagner.
Yep.
You know?
And that's the whole fucking slithering kind of snake element of what Wagner can do is he can lull you into his game. And if Cody comes out, keeps it high paced, I think he's got good cardio that could test and maybe even push Wagner if he keeps that up.
Yeah, I wish the snake didn't have such a negative connotation because Wagner and the Snake Rosha would be such a cool name.
You know what though? I mean, here's the nice part is Wagner's been one of those guys who I can say on camera being like, hey man, sometimes you do something that's kind of considered douchey. What do you think? And he's like, yeah, come on, man. Me, come on. And I look at him and I go, that's fine. You're welcome to do what you do, but don't act like I can't ask you about it. You literally are putting face over hand, you know? So
I love watching that though.
it's one thing to say you do or you don't, but it's another to do it. So it's kind of like, bro, you don't have to feel bad about it if that's your jam. Just tell us that's what you do and stand by that, because it's a different set of rules and expectations for grapplers who are competitive. We don't tell you how to do your job. We're just curious. Like, is that what you believe as well? Because to him, I'm pretty sure he's like, I was being nice. No.
I don't want to see what him being mean is like.
No, and I've told him, I'm like, listen, dude, I'm just glad I'm not rolling with you. And one of the things he told me once, he's like, Raph, I would be so nice rolling with you. And I go, I don't believe that's true.
His nice though,
believe you.
definitely different. Oh man, John's just like chopping up the leg of this green guy,
Oh
which
my God. Yeah.
because
Yo,
I bet.
you know Combs now, like I kind of know Combs, which is I love the fucking look on his face right now, dude. This is making me happy. I don't know what it's doing to you.
Oh yeah, he's ready to go.
He's focused, man. I don't know, man. Here's what I can tell you. You work with him. That makes me super happy. But for years, I've seen John Combs as one of those guys who's like a workhorse. He's put in the time. And I felt like when he finally got his ADCC bid, it was like, hey, man, you know what's really nice about this is people look at you and know you deserve this. Like,
yes.
You are a guy who competes at a number of tournaments. You'll have ups, you have downs, but we see you all the time, and we're probably not going to stop seeing you. And that's the person we want to see at ADCC.
So I'm definitely not going to be watching the fights now. I'm just going to be watching Combs.
Bro, I'm with you. It's cool. I'll kind of keep an eye out here, but I mean, again, in the same vein, even though they're not as young as fucking Rotolo and Jimenez, there's still a nice pace to this match just starting it out.
Yeah, Combs' passing has been very tight recently, and I think we're going to see a lot of that. And he said so in his little pre-match spiel on Instagram. The difference is going to be his guard passing against PO.
I would agree. I mean, dude, the hardest thing that I have to build in when I roll with Combs is I just have to assume he passed.
Yeah.
Like, I can't build in like, man, I can fucking regard for days on him, because not only does he have a great body type,
yeah, he's passed.
He's strong, but he also has a very acute sense of how to use his body to pass consistently. So half the time I go, just build in that he passed and then work from there.
I wouldn't be surprised if this turns into a tech ball. He's going to mount him here. PO might turn over, and then it's
dude, I like that John just kind of shifts over to be like, hey, listen, dude, give me that neck, and we can make this a mercy kill if we want to, but just to let you know it's there, and I'm going to remind you in a second. I think he is going to cook him on this mount, but here you are seeing Pierre do a very nice job of regarding out. Even if he isn't able to block, nice pull in. He's going to try and attack John's leg, but instead he comes up. Now you're going to see a reversal of fortune where John is playing a little bit from X. He's going to try and stretch him out just a little bit. And now we're going to see if John's going to be able to come back up on this. I would like to see him do it, but John's also lanky enough where he can get away with a number of things, and he is going to come up on it. And instead, I don't know that we're going to see a whole bunch of points being awarded, but you're seeing 3-2. It is a very interesting start in the first 2 minutes of this match.
Another 2 for John.
There we go, 5-2. Thank you very much on that. Now over on the UFC side, we're seeing them wipe down John Uh,
Why?
I don't know, dude. I think they're just trying to, let him breathe. Let him feel like baby bears there. Combs is looking though for 8-2, bro. You get us up to a mount, we might be in good standing. 10 points right now. He just needs one more point to go ahead and get that golden score.
I think he's gonna look for the submission. Even though if I was him, I'd just be like, bro, just fucking mount him.
Right.
But John's a killer. He wants to go for the fucking.
I'll ask you this. Yep, there we go. They're gonna go and stop it.
Beautiful.
Oh, sorry, resetting him.
All right, time to hit
Meanwhile, elbows are being thrown by one John Valente over on the side while he's just trying to easily. He does make his way into mount. He's going to start dropping down now. This is not looking good for Maurice Green. However, things are looking incredibly good for John Combs, who has cleared the legs, and now you're going to see Pierre start to scramble every bit. Now, John is in on his guillotine, which, true to form, as you were saying, may also give him the mount in this particular position. So it's going to be one of those devil's choices over on this side, over for one Pierre. Stop fucking stalling on me, Flow Grappling. We're trying to see a submission or a point tech fall coming in right now.
Pierre's doing a good job defending the hips, though. That's the biggest thing people fuck up with the guillotine.
I know. Hold on. I think if we get this, this should be good enough on points, and that is going to advance one John Combs into the next level of the game. And if you weren't excited already by the pace that we have already seen within the tournament, wait for Roberto versus John Combs. Woo! Here's what I gotta say. Third Coast Grappling. I'm a guy who always pushes for the gi. The last Kumite with the gi, I didn't love. I wanted to, didn't love it. So far, we are delivering on this card. And I know that they put together sometimes those little blurbs that say, this is the card of the year. This is the best card you'll ever see. That's something they always got to say with anything that comes out new. But thus far in, I've been very pleased with these two premier matches on this card.
So I really think the winner of Roberto and John is the one that's going to win the entire thing.
It's not a bad assessment.
Even though Pedro had a heel hook win over what's his face, Roberto last weekend. Sorry, I just had to hit up Combs about the game plan for the next round. But yeah, that was good. Good match, man. Looked real good. Now we got Valente landing some ground and pound on Maurice Green. Let's not
overlook you. Oh, get the fuck out.
What?
Look at the UFC.
Hold on. Are you serious? Is he going to tap him for that? Oh my God. That just hit my parlay.
All right. That means you have to do the cheers, and we also have to catch up on one more cheer. So I just wanted to – I was like, bro, first of all, you deserve it. I don't know if that submission deserved it, but I'm about it because it gives you money.
Okay, so we're gonna cheers Combs' tech fall too, because that's a finish.
Absolutely, sir. So we've got John's tech fall. I think we had that one match that we ignored that we have to go back and circle back on.
Here comes Wagner too.
Oh fuck. Okay, we got a lot of work to do in just a little bit of time. So we got to do the Takashi. And did we do the Jillian Arosa?
I don't know. You get Arosa, I'll get Takashi. You can get Combs, and I'll get Maurice.
Okay, let's do that. You go first.
Okay. Who am I doing?
Do Maurice first, because come on.
Okay. All right, Maurice. I don't know what the fuck that was. That was some gangster ass shit, though. Here's to you for keeping my parlay going.
Look at this. Our good friend Josh Storler-Leduc just made money off of betting on you, and you proved him right. Cheers to you, sir. All right, let's do John Combs. Hey, listen, this one goes out to longtime friend of the show, longtime partner of one Josh Starlord LeDuc, John Combs. Bro, not only was that a fantastic match, but here's the thing, dude. You went out there, committed. I love the Terminator walkout. I love where your brain's at. You got to keep that shit up, dude. Let's see it go. Continue on. Cheers to one, John Combs.
Okay, so
We'll circle back to the other ones because let's stay on Wagner Hocha and one Cody Steele because this is a fire match that I've been waiting for.
So excited now.
I'm going to go ahead and pull off the labeling on this one. Now, you're talking about two combat jiu-jitsu winners, if we're being honest here.
Yeah, the first ever combat jiu-jitsu world champion, Wagner Rocha, and the last 185-pound champion so far, Cody Steele.
Mm-hmm.
Or 170, I don't fucking know, whatever that weight class was.
So whatever class.
Now, this is smart by Wagner. I think Wagner watched that match between Cody and John. John was real heavy on the collar ties, and that kind of, I don't want to say got in Cody's head, but it opened up a path to the takedowns.
Agree. And I mean, the thing about it is you're going to find Wagner's going to have to cut around a little bit of wanting to exhaust Cody's biggest weapon, which I really think is his cardio. Like his stamina and cardio is his number one thing because, you know, a lot of people try to give Cody shit on saying he doesn't get finishes or he doesn't finish in overtime. He's just able to hold on and just strategize in that way. But when you have a strategist who's equally as smart as one Wagner Hocha, you got a little bit of a game here. I think that's why the X Factor is so interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting. This is a match that Wagner is winning right now, and not on points.
But
just because he's already pushed him out of bounds, roughed him up in the face a couple times. But Cody's staying pretty composed here, man. Like he's getting a little aggressive, but nothing too. Oh, nice snap down by Cody. I'm just excited about this. I'm just excited about the matches that we have coming up, man.
I know.
Not just Third Coast, but the UFC fights. We got Mickey Gall up, and then the main event. And
you know, while they're going to trade some collar ties over on this way, I want to give you a cheers because you were able to go in and fucking coach while doing this. I think that's a pretty impressive thing. Cheers to you, one Josh Starlord LeDuc, coaching our good friend Johnny Combs all the way from the comfort of your home while also on this broadcast.
Yeah, I almost went out there for this one. Then all the Rona spikes, but yeah.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing, dude, is it's not even like sometimes I'm sure in your case where you're worried about X or Y or Z as much as you're going, wait, am I going to be stuck here when they won't allow travel or some bullshit happens? So I totally understand that.
Yeah, it's that and the pregnant wife.
And I get it.
She shared something on Facebook the other day, and I saw it, and I was like, oh God, now she's going to really freak out. It was a fat lady who was pregnant ended up dying from corona. And yeah, it sucks. I hate to see that, but when the emotions are high between, you know, we're fucking bringing a kid into the world, which is scary as fuck, you know, like I don't want to see her get hurt, but the things we do are
and you know what? That's a smarter play, dude. We want to see your family be healthy and strong. And speaking of healthy and strong, I want to tell you this right now. Maurice Green is feeling his feelings with John Anik, and it's making John Anik a little uncomfortable because Maurice Green is straight into woo, woo,
oh my lord,
woo, and Anik's just like, I know it's gotta feel weird, but we love you, and gotta tell you, it was a great impression you made out here tonight.
Sweet. So they're saying to take Mickey Gall, which is the smart move, obviously. I'm glad they're not being dumb about that.
I mean, here's the other thing I would say, and I'll preface this, and then you can say what you're going to say. The thing I'm going to preface with is, if you did see one Mike Perry get a savage knockout, I don't think it would hurt as bad because it would be a great fucking epic fight finish.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Mike Perry can get a savage knockout.
Correct.
That's the only way he wins. and he needs to do it very. Oh man, this guy's blubbering.
I'm glad that you now understand why. I'm like, don't get me wrong, this match is great, but this post fight is rough.
Aw,
Yeah, so it's just
did you hear what he was saying?
like emotional.
That was touching.
Move his family over.
Okay. Good for
He's
him.
like,
Don't fully want to make fun of this guy because he's feeling his feels, and I'm trying to be there with him, bro. But
Yeah,
man,
good for him, man. Good for him. Now I feel like a dick. Oh well.
you're okay. I think you'll live. You'll live to see another day. But you know what? We still got 2 minutes left of
Yeah.
Wagner and Cody.
Yeah, and it's been pretty. I don't want to say exciting. It's been entertaining.
So there are different kinds of matches that can be interesting for a number of different reasons. This is a match that's interesting because of the very, very precise and delicate nature of how quickly it can turn if one of them messes up. So we're just trying to see who's going to mess up and how points are going to happen because it's been all very pristinely careful all the way through.
Why the fuck did they just give him 2 stalling calls? Like, they're fucking working. I don't understand this. Like, you guys don't give stalling calls when there's legit stalling going on. But
You know, it's in this sense that it almost feels a little bit like watching an NFL game where a referee comes in and goes, stalling, number 46, replay it back, first down. And you go, huh? Wait, they didn't do it. They literally had a play. What the fuck is that, dude?
yeah, I don't. Ooh, nice arm drag attempt by Wagner. Wagner tried that Rick James foot sweep earlier as well. He hits that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got some big hands for a little guy too. Well, he's not little for a medium-sized guy. Ooh, nice snap down by Cody. A little pushing around by Wagner. I like it. Good head position as well. Man, if Cody wins this one, he looks a little tired. Why did they just give Cody?
They give both of them 2 points.
I don't get it.
So I think what happens is if you alternate criticisms or penalties, they actually become positive points at a certain point.
After the second one?
I don't know, but I looked at it, I was like, how the fuck did we end up giving them points? And then all of a sudden you look down and you go, I guess, sure.
Why don't we just keep it 0-0?
I don't know, dude, but it just seems really silly to give both of them randomized points when no action has happened.
This
Did
is
you stall?
what?
Did your stream stall, or is it just
No,
mine?
mine's good. That fleeing the mat out of the double underhooks makes me want to give fleeing the mat points. I don't know. There's something, especially after that last Jits King where they didn't reward anything, like no resetting the subs, no points. Like if you're fleeing the mats, I think there should be some points for your opponent.
Agree.
And I gotta say, like these points tournaments have been starting to grow on me a little bit, just because now that I realize, like, it does force the action when there is some points involved. God,
I mean, I don't think that my preference will ever change. I love sub only, no time limit as a preferred thing for the athlete and for myself.
Yep.
But for a spectacle or something you're going to watch continuously, I understand we all got places to be, dude. So we got to keep things moving. I would say the thing about the ring out is that it does get us a little bit, hopefully, closer to wrestling in the sense of, hey, listen, dude, you don't want to do that. You want to bring the action into the center so that we can keep things up and moving and fun and exciting.
Yeah, there's a lot of good things that come from the penalties in wrestling. You know, I think they've gone a little too far. Same with judo, because it's just kind of like forcing the action in a way that is artificial. But ring outs should definitely be one. Increased stalling calls should be one too, but not when they're obviously working.
Yep. So this is something I was saying, I think, like a week ago that I'll essentially I like Dane's trying this. So we shaving beards, gents, main event bet. See, Dane, I like you a lot, bud. And I like you enough not to belittle the potential here to mess with either of our franchises. Because look at this. This is iconic. That's iconic. What we have here is called branding. You don't mess with the branding.
You know, I think it would make me look more like Star-Lord if I shaved my beard, but it would piss off my wife. Anyways, I didn't get to tell that story because I went with the whole I lied to her about my age when we first started dating. And then we just kind of left it at that. But I told her I was 25. I was 22 at the time. She was 26. And my license was still one of those ones that was straight up and down because I never got it changed. So she saw it and she was like, oh my God, I'm with somebody who's like under the age of 21 and started freaking out. And first day went well. And like a couple weeks in, I shaved, or I was trying to trim my beard for one of our dates. And it just got too short. And she was like, never again. You look like you're fucking 15. So, yeah.
No, understandable. My wife did the same. My wife literally looked at me because one time while in speech as a coach, I essentially told my kids, if you beat our record, which I was like, you probably won't, then I'll let you guys shave my beard. Not only did they break the record, but they doubled it. Like it was a school record that we had never done that I had coached. And I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm getting my beard shaved and you guys are doing it. Cool. They come over. My wife sees me. She looks at me and she goes, never again. Don't do that shit or we're done. And I was like, wait, what? She's like, nah, I don't like how this is.
That's pretty much my wife said to me too. Never again.
That's why I'm like, you and me totally understand. So Dane, I guess you just want to cause some divorce here on the show.
You know,
breaking families.
Joke's on her. That's why I put a kid in her. Now she can't divorce me.
Oh my God. Like, I didn't think about this until now, but you definitely have an anchor baby aspect to what you're doing here. So good job, you.
Anchor baby. I'm like, ooh, Wagner's got the 2 there.
Wow.
Oh, wait. Are they giving him points or are they resetting him in the middle? What's the deal?
Nope. Those are points. They're going to say Wagner's going to be the winner here.
Hey, that was a fun match.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to go pee real quick.
Go for it. Be back quickly. You got Perry and Gall coming out right now. Anyway, folks, very excited you guys are here with us right now. Coming to the octagon, young Mickey Gall is about to enter. However, in just a second, I'm going to go ahead and put Starlight off. It doesn't make sense to have an empty seat for you guys. We're stoked you guys are here. If you like us, give us a like on Grappling Hour at Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Periscope, all of those good ones. Give us some love. Give us some appreciation. You can also follow us on Instagram. Appreciate that as well. We are also watching Third Coast Grappling. And thus far in, I got to say, I have enjoyed the action for their Kumite number trace. And you've got a whole bunch of really cool scenarios that are yet to unfold. For example, you've got Roberto Jimenez, who's going to take on one John Combs. Then we are going to find out who in the next round you will see Wagner Hocha take on, as Wagner is now, I think he just made a heart to the audience, which just goes to show the man, you know, he feels his feels, Bo. He loves his peeps. He gets out there. He puts on a show. It was an interesting match between him and one Cody Steele. So next we go and we continue on in the tournament, and we will see one Pedro Marinho versus Johnny Tama. Both of them also bringing a lot of momentum. As we see on the television screen, Mike Perry is making his way to the cage. Now, this has to feel weird because Mike Perry is walking out with no corner. And normally, even when they have no audience, nothing crazy out this way, it's just interesting to see him walking out with his girlfriend, who very famously is the only person who's going to be in his corner. So I just want to make sure we are emphasizing that. It is a very small squad that he has with him. And that is the reason why, is because he says he doesn't need anybody other than somebody who's going to kiss him and tell him to do a good job when he goes back into the cage, which has to beg the question. I thought that was the strategy they had with him before. So anyway, you are hoping for Mickey Gall on this one, correct, Star-Lord?
Yeah, I'm financially pulling for Mickey Gall.
Pot committed with him, correct?
Pot committed. in both a parlay and a straight bet now.
I'm going to give a couple little shout outs. We've got a few folks who gave us some love, so I'm going to give you guys some love. Jorge Castaneda, Michael Rocha, and Sean McCleary, just some cheers to you guys for good faith. If you give us a share, I'll give you a full toast. But until then, you just get a nice little tip of the glass to you guys as we get ready for them to go ahead and take the stage. Cheers to you guys.
Shout out to Sean McCleary, owner of Schismatic Industries. He sent me some gear recently. He also won one of my giveaways, and I'm doing a free seminar at Divine Jiu-Jitsu, July 11th, and it's a charity seminar because the wife of Scott Divine, I'm trying to remember her name, is diagnosed with cancer, so we're doing a charity seminar up there. It's gonna be a good time.
Excellent. When you do that, tag us, and we'll go ahead and amplify that message on our site too.
Will do. Man, I gotta say, Mike looks pretty good shape right now. Like, somebody should test him for some horse meat.
I agree, but you know what? On the other side of not steroids, Mickey Gall looks like he's in amazing shape right now, dude.
Look at that V.
You know, normally when someone says it just like that, I think of something else. But yes, look at that V indeed.
Yeah. Oh, are you going through baby clothes? Oh,
look at this. You guys
fights
having
in
a
baby
true
clothes.
Saturday night as a couple that's expecting. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. We appreciate you. Give us a like, give us a share. You get a cheers. But in the meantime, you've got Mike Perry, who is feeling his feels. I don't know how I feel about him now seeing him walk out. Meanwhile, on Third Coast Grappling, Pedro Mourinho and Johnny Tama, and you are seeing Pedro try to pass at the moment.
Oh, we might have one of our buddies, Brian O'Leary, in the corner of Mickey Gall.
Nice.
Yeah, but how's he his jiu-jitsu coach from Florida?
I don't think he is. I think they used to train together with Brian O'Leary.
Was up there, yeah.
But I think they're still like buddies though.
Oh, cool. Good for them.
It could also be you're going with who you have available in certain regions. So it's a very strange time. You are already seeing, though, Mike Perry just try to go for the knockout punch on Mickey Gall very quickly.
God, I wish you weren't ahead of me.
I mean, it's nothing too crazy. It's just look at the power in which you see Mike Perry not even trying to get a jab in. It's just trying to go straight for power shots. And here's what I would say to you, young Mickey Gall, which is don't try and trade with this man. Figure out how to make this part of your game. We all know the jiu-jitsu is going to be on your side. And if you watched one Donald Cerrone, you saw a little bit of a peek as to how that jiu-jitsu can pay off on Mike Perry.
Mickey is landing some shots, though. So his striking does look improved. But yes, do not stand with the guy that just wants to trade. You know, like he's going to close the distance for you. Maybe pull guard off of it.
And more importantly, it's not even saying like, hey, listen, you know, avoid striking at all costs. It's just you are playing into what he wants and being directly in the center of his attack. If you are just going to stand and bang, like if you're landing some shots, let's work with some purpose to get them down.
You know, I do like the head movement and the distance that Mickey is using. He's not taking a lot of damage. He's making Perry miss.
Mm-hmm.
Your face is something different.
No. We're still good.
Okay.
But the only thing that I'm pausing on right now, and you'll see in just a second, is that we're not far off. Meanwhile, on the Third Coast Grappling, Pedro was close to a pass, but now for a split second, you see Johnny Tama get just a little bit of a bite on the ankle and does not get much more toward it. So the two of them will return back to the center as we pause for a split second on Third Coast Grappling. Returning back on over to the UFC, you are seeing Mike Perry trying to stalk Mickey Gall, who, yes, gets a nice cross in right now as we say that.
You know, I'm not a fan of Pedro Mourinho.
Okay.
It's kind of a douche.
I actually don't know him personally.
I don't either. I just from his antics at Jits Kings. And if you thought I was the biggest douche of the night, boy, were you wrong. Because Mourinho put on his running shoes against Taza. And then when he was up by 2 off a bullshit takedown, started making kissy faces at us who were booing him. And I was like, easy there, little guy. You're excited about your shitty ass heel hook? Come catch these heel hooks and these hands.
Oh, God. Let's not. Nice exchange by the two over here. I mean, oof. No. Careful. Careful, young Mickey
I
Gall.
have too many streams open. I have one stream open. Fuck you, Flow Grappling.
Bro, how is this the exact same thing that we were giving them shit for when we were doing the ADCC stream? There's literally, like, when I was timestamping half of the shit when I was rewatching it, there's at least 3 or 4 times where it goes, Flow Grappling says someone might be using your account. And I'm like, it's me, you dick. I'm using the account. I'm the person.
You're telling me I can't have one stream open? No, I can't. No.
Ooh, nice catch over by one Mike Perry, who's going to start pushing ahead. Now, hold on. It does look like Pedro Mourinho is going to advance.
Oh, wow. He actually submitted someone. Good for him.
All right. So it's going to be Pedro versus Wagner. And I have to say,
a good match.
I like Wagner's chances here.
I do too.
And Wagner versus either Combs or Roberto Jimenez is also a good match.
How does Mike Perry have Mickey Gall's back?
Bro.
Mickey Gall, don't ruin my night.
Well, here's some good news. I think the purpose for Perry was to get to mount and maybe start striking, but that hasn't happened yet. He's just trying to get to control. I do like Mickey Gall's opportunity to start regarding if he doesn't keep fucking absorbing these shots that he doesn't need to.
He does have a very nice triangle from guard.
Yep.
Now, were you aware that Gordon Ryan and Mickey Gall had a match at Naga once?
I am.
Okay.
I would tell you this much. It's very interesting because I remember when Mickey Gall was getting his due time with CM Punk and people were talking up his prestige as a grappler. And I was like, you can say that. We don't need to talk up his prestige. We all know who CM Punk is and we know he's not a great grappler. And I like that. I think at that time, Gordon offered up. It's like, oh, he's really good at grappling. And I go, again, not even the thing we're talking about here. This is CM Punk. Like, you have to understand, even as a professional wrestling fan, my biggest note at that time was, I think it's really absurd that they pulled in CM Punk. But from a draw perspective, when the UFC was skidding on not being able to draw more than 200K per pay-per-view, CM Punk on his first fight drew 350K, and anybody on that card probably had a nice payday, including Mickey Gall, who got a UFC contract out of it. So,
and he's still fighting.
Yeah, and I get it. It sucks, and it's really awkward towards other fighters. But if you had that opportunity, I'd be like, dude, go fuck up Daniel Cormier's slightly slower little brother and just make your way into the UFC, and I'd be happy for you.
Slower than me? What?
I said slightly slower. You know what I mean? And you know, that is what it is. I just like the fact that Mickey Gall, when he realized what some of his weaknesses were, realized like, man, maybe I need to get in a camp with somebody like Joe Schilling. And Joe Schilling is somebody that is a fucking monster. Like, you're talking about putting yourself into deep waters and really trying to learn. That to me showed a good sense of commitment. And I know that they've been very beneficial to each other because Schilling, even when I would be like, dude, we got to roll sometime, he was like, no. I was like, why? And I'm like, Schilling, you should not be afraid of me. And he's like, I'm not, but I was like, well, please sound like you're not afraid of me. That would be much more helpful.
So why are we going to do this ground stuff? Why can't I kick you more?
I mean, bro, don't get me wrong. There are certain people who fight who I know for a particular fact when I'm in the middle of doing a roll with where I go, as long as I don't hit their button that makes them think this is a fight, I'm okay. Yeah. But the minute I hit that button that makes them go like, I should punch and kick him, I have no area of recourse. Now, Mickey is
holding
on to the grip here. this is not a terrible grip, but man, we need a better guard here. And he is in a position to, at the very least, use these hooks in a more beneficial cost for him. I think the thing that is weird here is that Mickey, and you could tell me different on this, is just not using the urgency a jiu-jitsu guy needs with a powerful person.
I would agree with that. I think the thing about Mickey that we've seen is he's a little complacent on the ground, and it's because he's comfortable there. He's like, oh, well, I'm not standing, so This is good.
Yeah, I mean, listen, dude, I think the real thing about somebody with power in their hands that could make it a very bad night for you, that could hurt you, is you need to do what you can to subdue this person as quickly as possible. You do not want to let them hit you as much as they can. Now, a Kimura grip is good. It gets you on up. Let's act with this great grip that you got going on. Let's try and snap this guy down if we can. What's up, BJ Johnson? Thank you very much for joining. Everybody who is following in, we are watching both the UFC and Third Coast Grappling. A lot of fights coming up. Any questions, comments, concerns, hints, allegations, hit us up in the comment section. Myself, Star-Lord, all here for your viewing and listening pleasures.
So I forgot. I did a lot of tape study on Mickey because one of my guys, Ross Houston, is the MMA fighter out of one of my affiliates gyms in Scotland, and he's a Cage Warriors welterweight champ, or he was before he left, and he was trying to get a fight with Mickey Gall in the UFC. So I broke down a lot of his tape. There's like 3 things you got to watch out for with Mickey Gall when it comes to grappling. It's obviously his guillotine, his back takes, and he has a decent transition between armbar and triangle from the closed guard. Outside of that, ooh, nice. Damn.
I would agree with you on those. I've seen that in his grappling competition as well.
Getting distracted now.
It's all good. A nice pop here by one Mickey Gall. You're going to see a nice little stiff right hand coming in just a second.
I think Mickey is actually winning the striking, which is weird.
Especially in the second round.
Yeah, that first round was close. The second round for sure. We just got to see how the judges score those takedowns.
Well, the other thing I'm going to be considering is how tired he is in that third round, because I am starting to see him get like a little wilted on the cardio side.
I don't know. Mike Perry looks pretty tired as well.
Yeah.
But then again, he always looks tired, so.
I mean, it is kind of a strange element to be a part of, where I look at this right now and I say, listen, dude.
I think the power is out of Perry's punches. If I was Mickey, I'd be on my bicycle popping some jabs right now. Oh, okay. I guess not.
Hold on. So it's funny that you said that the power might be out of Perry's hand, because the last couple hits from a very strong position at the end of that round right there with those elbows, Mickey, when he got up, seemed to kind of shake him off. Yeah. And I wouldn't have thought that otherwise, because I look at those and any kind of elbow or punch from a mounted position would make me concerned. But the bulk of it, which you'll see in this replay, is when he did kind of knock him down and Mickey very quickly went into trying to regard, is what saved him in that.
It's a fair point. I'm interested to see the corner work of his girl here.
This is one of the most ridiculous aspects of fighting ever, dude. I honestly, I've told people the art of cornering is something that is difficult and an honor, and I totally get it. But when you have one Mike Perry being like, I don't give a fuck.
Oh, that one kind of behind the head. Tyson style. All right, this is gonna be interesting.
So right now they've got Christian Guzman versus Manuel Aguilar as we get a little bit of a buffer between the semifinal part number 1. There will be another super fight and then a semi number dose. So there's just a little bit of a break up in between the tournament with some super fights as we watch Gall and Perry in their third and final round in the co-main event on the UFC going on right now.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Guzman. He's on that Third Coast event a lot.
Yep.
Don't know much about him other than I see his name a lot.
There's a nice few stiff punches by Mickey Gall, though, dude. If he's realizing he's gonna gotta make a stand with one Mike Perry, I think he's putting it out nicely here in this third round.
You know, I still don't understand why I haven't seen more high crouch takedown attempts because that is literally his go-to takedown.
To be fair, dude, I feel like Mickey, to some degree, and maybe you can tell me differently, I do think it's gone from respecting your opponent's strengths to a little bit of intimidation.
Yeah, I would say so. This is making me mad.
I'm sorry. He is slowly letting Perry inch his way back into the fight, though.
He's got a punchable face.
Oof. The hands come down just ever so slightly, and he did look for a takedown. There was no level change to it, unfortunately.
He wobbled Perry a little bit.
He did.
God damn.
So what are you looking for right now? I know you're talking about trying to get a single in here, but for somebody who's done the tape study, you got 225 left to go, maybe a depleted fighter in just the smallest of senses. What are you looking to do to get your fighter to try and pull out a win here?
When Perry throws that straight left the way he does, like I don't even know, he just wings that punch. I'd be looking to duck under and pick up that high crouch right away. But Mickey's doing a pretty good job, though. Like, even though he's tired, he's landing more punches than Perry. Are they more damaging? I don't know. Probably not. But he's landing more. Oh, and here comes Perry with a little flurry. The thing with Perry is he's just got that will to fight. And did he just give up his fucking back again? You're supposed to be a jiu-jitsu guy. Whatever.
You know, sometimes, and maybe you can tell me differently, when you get punched, maybe you forget some jiu-jitsu.
What's that old saying? Raf, punch a black belt in the face, he turns into a brown belt. Well, we're looking at a white belt right now.
I mean, here's the good news. CM Punk is probably watching this one and going, I think I might have been okay with this guy.
Oh, Jesus. He looked like he was in really good shape for this one, too.
He really did, dude. And again, it's the effortlessness in which Mike Perry seems to be beating him on the jiu-jitsu, which is making it, all of us, I think, uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is not... I really wish they fucking fed him to Ross. Like, he would have fucking murdered him.
Yeah. I mean, here's the sad part. I do believe you're going to see Mickey Gall make it to the end of this fight. However, now everything that happens to him while being mounted is just the shit that you live with for the rest of your life as a fighter. Like all the punches.
It's like, oh, wait, I let that guy mount me and I'm a black belt? What?
Oh, fuck you. No.
This
Fuck
reminds
off.
me of when Weidman mounted Vitor.
I'm legitimately angry.
I'm ready to be legitimately angry here.
You'll understand.
What was that? Oh, wait, are you serious? Wow.
Josh.
Well, have fun in Bellator.
You know what, dude? Listen, the CM Punk giveth and the CM Punk taketh. So, at the very least, that was a match that happened. Meanwhile, it is still scoreless on the Guzman versus Aguilar, and we're waiting for more results coming on that side. But once we do, we go to the semis, and then in between the semis, you're going to have 2 super fights and then the finals. So, very excited about that.
Yeah, I am excited about the Third Coast. I saw that that DSI was taking odds on the fight to win.
Okay.
I wish they would keep taking odds on more of these grappling events because I feel like we would just clean up. Like, did you see when they had Herberto as like a minus 150 favorite?
Yeah.
Against, I don't know who the fuck that guy is.
Don Stoner.
Yeah. And like, I'm sure he's a very nice guy, but we saw what happened, 30-second triangle.
Yeah, I felt bad because I had interviewed Don right going into that one. I was like, dude, you're a super nice guy, but oh God, the pose. Oh God. Mike Perry, when they announce he wins, goes straight into Power Ranger about to morph mode.
Nice.
This is about as absurd as it's going to get. I have to put on my phone and get the headpiece for that one because I need to hear exactly what he's going to say. Meanwhile, can you walk us through what's happening with Guzman and Aguilar?
Yes. Okay. We have Out of Bounds, and I don't know which one's which. Okay, never mind. Yes, I do. Okay. Starting neutral, we have the slap bump roll. We're both standing 0-0, 2 minutes left. Shitty wrestling, neutral head position. Looks like these guys should just pull guard already. It was a decent shot there by Aguilar. And the ref's moving back to the center. Mat space too small. Again, starting from neutral. You guys got a minute and 40 seconds left, and neither one of you is going to score 11 points. At least do something. Nice trip by Aguilar, single to a far side trip, but Guzman scrambles back up to the feet immediately and back out into the turf and the crowd.
Okay. This is already sounding like it's going to be an epic.
They're telling me to go for the over? I mean, okay.
So Mike Perry is criticizing and saying that people were talking that mess that Mickey Gall was going to win. So don't try and take that away from me.
I mean, I was talking that mess. If Mickey actually remembered he knew jiu-jitsu.
Oh, I think he's calling himself a street god.
Oh, nice. Street Jesus.
Street god, I think, eclipses street Jesus, though.
You're right. Is it the father or the son? So we got 40 seconds left in this match on Third Coast. 0-0. It is, how you say, boring.
He says that only Francis Ngannou has some physique on him, and John Hennick is doing his best to just keep a straight face.
I mean, he is pretty bodied up, and that's the first thing I said is get this guy tested for horse meat.
He says he's looking to move toward South Florida, so he's coming in your neck of the woods, sir.
He's in Orlando now, so South Florida is actually a little farther away from me.
Don't care. It's close enough.
Yeah, he was at Fusion XL with Jacare and Adolfo. Maybe that's where he learned some jiu-jitsu.
Maybe. I mean, it's unfortunate that I feel it's more a lack of Mickey Gall's jiu-jitsu than it is a great amount of Mike Perry's jiu-jitsu.
Has some physique on him, but he looks better than everybody.
I mean, I think you're right. I think it is definitely a lack of jiu-jitsu on Mickey Gall's part more than anything else. God.
It's a sad one, dude, because again, we were talking about what kind of X factor we were going to get here, and the X factor was supposed to be one Mike Perry, but instead it became Mickey Gall.
Yeah.
So just to let you guys know, Dane, if we had bet on that, there's no way that Star-Lord and I were actually going to be on different sides. So I think that we actually, at the very least, agreed that, yes, Mickey Gall would be good in terms of being able to use his jiu-jitsu here. Oh, hold on. There's a Mike Perry saying he wants there to be less government taxes taken. It says, don't give me money if you don't want me to spend it. I'm trying to wild out.
Did you see the other two?
Getting my ties on the beach. And John Anik is trying to land this bird. He is doing his best to try and get this commentary down. Woo! Yeah, that was great. That was worth it. All right. You're going to see Dustin Poirier coming back after the break. But in the meantime,
man, I didn't realize people could be that stupid. All right, so now we're on Third Coast in overtime. It started in the closed guard. They're back in neutral, and they're pushing each other in and out of bounds again.
I'll tell you this much, dude. Just hearing the light commentary you're doing just makes me pretty happy that you wouldn't be in the room watching my wrestling and commentating on it. Because I don't know that I have better wrestling than this, but I know for the purpose of trying to get a winner in a very tediously awkward rule set, we could be here longer than maybe we need to.
You know, Aguilar's wrestling is actually pretty good. He's just not running his feet. Guzman, I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Is it possible that Guzman is just trying to posture as to let that be his guiding force here? Because the two of them just continuously are running outside by force and attrition.
I don't know why Guzman doesn't just pull guard on him. Like, that's where you wanted to be. That's what you chose. Like,
yeah.
I don't think you're going to take down the squatty body. You don't have ankle picks. Like, this guy was trying to fucking ankle pick you for the whole time.
So we've got Aaron Willis that says, Platinum Perry giving that economic speech gave me a nosebleed. Yes, correct. However, I was entertained by it. As much as I would never follow his words, his ideas, or his concepts, I still can't laugh any less than I ever imagined I would have in that particular case. 2:23 left to go on my clock on this. And I don't know, man. If you are either Roberto or Johnny Combs watching this match, you're probably watching with a little bit of like, hey, guys, can we get out there? Because I'm itching to fucking get my fucking fight on.
Yeah, those guys, that will not – oh, God. Yes, this upcoming match is going to be one of the year, you know? And we saw Combs go after Baby Monster a couple weekends ago. Roberto's never in a boring match. So, yeah, man, I think there's no – sorry, I'm trying to make my picks as well. Go ahead, Rap. Say something smart.
I'm sorry. Someone just texted me and said, ouch, I guess Perry didn't realize he had to pay any taxes? So, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Listen, I know you guys want answers on things that Mike Perry talks about. I don't always have them. I would like to say I'm fluent in speaking Mike Perry, but sometimes I'm in for the ride in the same way you guys are. Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's put it this way. Roberto, Johnny Combs, I think is going to make sure that we stay back on a fast pace. And at the same point, I don't foresee that going on at a super different amount of time than Poirier and Hooker, which also could be a very explosive fight. So if you guys are just tuning in right now, you might have two very, very cool things that you can keep in two different windows, because I'm excited for that main event, but man, this anticipation is building with these guys just kind of wrestling in a very okay amount of way.
Okay, so they just double guard pulled and then decided to stand up. Is that 2 there, or is that a guard pull? And he shoots a low single. Oh, but he couldn't run the fucking pipe. Move your goddamn feet. Holy shit. Now, boys, I don't dislike you. I just want to see what's happening next and not this match.
Yeah, no, that's a fair assessment to make. I think it's very important to always be clear with people that sometimes it's out of their control, and it's not like you dislike them, but you'd either want to see it earlier in the evening or on a different day.
Yeah, this is a very evenly matched grappling match, you know? But I just want to see Johnny Combs and Humberto. My body is ready.
No, okay. Well, didn't know that was going to be the phrase that was used here. I will tell you, Andre Santiago says main event is going to be fire, and that is fire emoji. You are correct. Excited about that. They're done on time, though, right?
Yeah, I think they go to a ref decision, not another overtime, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I voted it. It goes straight to ref's decision on this match.
I think it should just be a draw and they both lose.
Yay, Guzman, you did it. Okay, let's get some walkouts. Let's wipe that down. Get a walkout.
Yeah.
It is pretty funny to think, what if that was the time that you continued to try and have a conversation with the guy on the mat where you just go, yeah, no, super good to see. Man, your takedowns, man, it was giving me trouble today. Good for you. You're a great guy. Do you want to exchange numbers?
He's standing there in the middle of the mat right now. He's still standing there, taking pictures with his medal.
Hey, I know I previewed this a little bit earlier, but I do want to show it again just so you guys, because I know they're going to take a moment to get on both the UFC and the Third Coast Grappling. But check this out. This is the beer I'm drinking here tonight. It is the Joaquin Dead. It is a Mexican red beer. Look at these Joaquin Phoenix classic rolls.
Oh, my God. That's amazing.
Yep. These are compliments of our friend, one Huber and Dino, who I will be giving an interview to soon enough. However, I very much look forward to going to visit his new gym out here in Cali once COVID's done, because I've seen Huber compete. Dude's a beast, and I think the world of him. And it was very nice to send these on my way. I'm very excited to get to go ahead and do an interview with him soon enough. They are starting over on the UFC, which means I can now put up this nice little bracket here that lets you know we are at the main event. Meanwhile, the Third Coast Grappling's Kumite, maybe out of respect for the UFC right now, has taken their sweet ass time by showing you a bracket and telling you who is advanced. However, we on the show already know that because we have been talking about it profusely.
I'm sure this is time for Hyrule to let us all know the update on the Red Belt documentary.
Oh my God. The only thing that looks weird, and I don't normally criticize people who wear masks, but Hal's bandana makes it look like he's trying to rob a train in ye olden times.
Maybe he's trying to pay everyone back.
Well, it's a different kind of Robin Hood. He robs from the rich to give to the people he robbed.
Yeah, there you go. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. So I don't understand why Humberto always has the what would you call that jacket in your native tongue?
It's like a Rastafarian kind of hoodie.
I thought it was a Hispanic jacket.
No, I mean it could be a poncho if you were trying to lead me there.
No, that's not. I blanked on the word for like. There's a type of jacket. You know what I'm talking about? Okay.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think you're kind of like talking about a poncho still, right?
No.
Oh God, I was like, I said it. I'm pretty sure. But Combs, look at Combs. Combs is in his full fucking Terminator 2 walkout.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
But let's talk though, because
if he submits him with a leg lock, I want a shout out.
That's I can. You know what? Hold on. I think he would tell you that I deserve a shout out because you finished it. But I definitely told him, like, bro, how am I gonna fucking heel hook you? And I suck. In fact, I will tell you this. I have not mentioned this to many people, but fortunately one of our buddies had a nice match with Enrico Coco And I looked at him and I was like, hey, bro, do you want to watch the Enrico Coco DVD with me? And he was like, and I was like, I will show you the heel hook escapes that he's got. And he goes, yes, please. All right. Go ahead. All right, Roberto already starting for this triangle and now using it to try and break the posture of Johnny Combs.
Yes, Johnny, good.
As firm as a fucking flagpole right now, keeping his balance. And that is one of the best parts about Johnny Combs when he is grappling. His posture is always very, very solid.
There's something else that's as firm as a flagpole right now.
Oh, God, I believe it is good. Look at this. Two of these guys just spinning out. Johnny Combs in transition tries to Granby out now. Body that he's going to have to address. Now everybody is probably going to pull him back to the center of the mats.
Now we reset them in the center.
As they reset to the center. This is going to be difficult.
Now we reset them in the center.
Okay, here we go. Here's what I would tell Johnny Combs. We got to work systematically, take out that leg, but don't give up any part of that 2-on-1. Roberto's a strong kid, so this is a very different
triangle. I forgot about that. That's interesting.
What's that?
No points yet because of the body triangle.
Yeah, I hate that rule so much.
I do too.
But I would tell you this right now. John is starting to do the great thing to address the legs. It's like he's combining two things at once. He's getting the body posture there without addressing the legs quite in order of operations, one might say.
Mostly out. Oh, never mind. He sucked them back in. His shoulders were coming to the mat. You just need to be aware, especially under this rule set, of giving up those mount points just because that 4 is big. That starts compounding real quick to turn into 11.
I think the bigger thing that I'm looking at with John Combs is he wasn't necessarily out, in my opinion, as much as he was like, hey, listen, dude, your legs need to address his legs. Now we have an opportunity, and he is going to give up these mount points, but instead he does that because he gets right back up, and Roberto is going into a triangle, and now they're going to recenter him back where Johnny has the opportunity to maybe break that guard from right there. That is a really good break, and that is a really good timed sensibility from one John Combs. Meanwhile, back on the UFC, we are looking at Hooker and Poirier, who have the tail of the tape and will be getting back closely. Johnny Combs breaks the guard very quickly and now starts to pass. Now we're starting to talk into a position where the two of them are going to be able to play a little bit of jiu-jitsu that's going to be very, very strong to both of their strengths. Johnny Combs coming in on a leg, does not quite get it. Roberto is going to try and swivel out, see if he can get some hooks to go and bring him back up. Johnny Combs back into working on a pass, going between the two, now grabbing the legs, which I would assume might have a little bit to do with one of our friends on the show right now. But I would tell you this, if you're looking at the way that he is able to swivel between switching back and forth on his guard retention, you are seeing a very interesting thing between a good guard passer and a good reguarder.
100%. John has a very good way of playing his leg.
John Combs is, for a split second, had a great grip on a guillotine and ends up giving it up. Now Jimenez is ahead, 2-0 on points. John Combs is in on a sweep, and my fucking stream froze, and so I cannot see it all the way through. Does not quite come up on it. Inverts, comes around. Now you're seeing Jimenez try to staple down on the legs. Meanwhile, the UFC is still on trying to address all of the fighters that are coming out. How are you feeling right now, Josh?
Very stressed, but looking for that honey hole entry is John Combs. That was a nice elevation. Roberto doing a good job trying to pass here.
John comes back up, and he does have a guillotine grip. It's not strong, but it was at least enough for him to swivel down to try and go to a single leg X. Instead of giving up and conceding the position, he gets now back into the swing of things. He's going to come up on it. This should be enough, I think, for 2 points. That is correct. We are now at 1-2-2. And that is the interesting thing that is happening and you will see Josh starting to shift up on his seat a little bit as he is anticipating what is going on.
So this is a really great match, 1. And 2, if John can score a couple more points, he will get the choice of position in overtime if it makes it that far. Now, that's going to be big because John is a much better wrestler.
Oof. Here we go. Oh, so close. John
was
was
close.
clear on the knee, but he could not establish the position. So now they're going to return them again back over to center. And this is where I start to ask that question of when I say, listen, are you playing ADCC style without that rash guard? I think that's actually playing very well into Roberto's element, because that kind of slipperiness is also not just a credit to his regarding, but just the ability to be so slick at this moment.
So I have a real question. I keep seeing this guy with a cast on his leg in the front row.
Yes, sir.
Who put him there? Like,
Don't know.
especially with all the out of bounds that's been happening. Like, that guy can't move. That's not a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, listen, dude, it's kind of like Jurassic Park. You kind of come at your own risk.
Okay, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
In on a double under, looking to sit back for the leg is John.
This is dude, this is a crazy time. Now the UFC has started off. The gentlemen, you got Poirier and Hooker kind of dancing around each other. The thing that's really interesting about this is there is 1 minute and 30 seconds. You're going to see Roberto going in for his own leg attack. This one, he does have a heel hook. John Combs is starting to press out. The knee line is almost clear, so it is interesting to see what happens. All we need to see out of Combs is just a quick step over, but he may sacrifice it to try and get a leg attack of his own in transition. John Combs doesn't seem as concerned about anything. His knee is pretty cleared out. Now, the question is, how is he going to come up on it? Now, if he does come up, he may have – does he have points? No, he does not, because he was continuously pressing from before. Meanwhile, in the UFC, the two of them are still exchanging. You see on our side, Poirier starting to get in the first strikes, and Hooker starting to respond now.
This is a really fucking good match.
Absolutely. This is kind of what we were hoping for in between these two. This is a very styles make fights, or in this case, matches.
Yeah, I really think the winner of this wins the entire event. I am not overly impressed by anything else that happened in the bracket. Roberto closing guard. So this is going to be interesting because I don't know what the rules are for who gets to choose overtime if it's tied, because I think Roberto would choose to take close guard bottom because John hasn't passed. He has a couple of nice triangle attempts. Oh, fuck. That's getting deeper and deeper. John can't.
He's got 18 seconds is really what he's going to have to endure here, and it's tough because that arm grip is going to be there. I'd love to see him grip and, try and save it with the other one. I think he's going to be able to survive it, though, Josh.
Yeah, I think so, too.
I would assume they're probably going to give Roberto with that last attempt the ability to go.
Unless they flip a coin. John needs a little water. Don't sit there and hey, I need water. Go fucking get it, John. Roberto looks a little tired, too. Roberto's shaking his head. Man, Roberto is pretty gassed. How's this UFC fight looking?
It's good so far. You are seeing right now Dustin Poirier starting to push Hooker up against the cage. So at the very least, he has got 2 underhooks right now, and I think he's just trying to bully him a little bit to soften him up. Now that he gets out, he breaks free. The two of them return back over. It's 2 minutes left over on this side. Now you're going to see Roberto.
Yeah, he opted for close guard.
In close guard. And Combs pushes him back down when he tries to get a sweep here. Now, this is an actual great strategy from Roberto. This is exactly where you do want to play if there is a golden opportunity. You have your submissions here that you feel comfortable with, and a hip bump could be something that is interesting. Roberto is putting on an insane pace in this event by Andrew Alexander. Not only Roberto, Johnny Combs. Johnny Combs might be in danger here with the triangle. If you are looking very closely, he has to circle that arm back in, but it might be a little hard as you see Roberto start to readjust. Meanwhile, in the UFC, you see Hooker now starting to put it on Poirier, starting to piece him up. Poirier returns within the clinch, gets an elbow, gets a knee. Now you've got 405 left on over on this side. You are seeing John Combs being put under pressure, and this may be enough because of the submission nature of it, and he does get the tap.
That hurt my soul.
I understand, but that was an excellent match between. It's tough, man. You talk about EBI rules being favorable to having the back or spider web. For Roberto Jimenez, that might as well be an EBI overtime.
Oh, yeah, that's better than EBI overtime for Roberto. So I want to let you know about a message that I just got. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if this guy gets drunk or what, but there's this motherfucker that messages me probably once every other month asking me if I will break his leg if he pays me.
How much are we talking though?
Dude, I don't even want to ask.
Listen, bro, you got a kid coming. I think you have to ask.
No, I don't. Listen, just because it's going to turn into some weird sex thing. He's going to have me break his leg and he's going to like come at the same time. And I'm just going to be like, bro, too much.
So it's funny because in one of my Instagram groups, we had somebody that sent us a message and I just ignored it. And I was like, whatever. Next thing you know, come to find everybody in the Instagram group was like, I got this message too. And I was like, yo, people be fucking crazy, man. I'm literally just trying to put up memes and promote my fucking podcast. I'm not here for any of this. So whenever I see something that happens, I just go, nah, I'm good. Thank you, though.
Yeah, man. There's some fucking weirdos out there. Like, I'm friends with a couple of like female athletes that are pretty like decent Instagram followings, and they get some weird shit. And I thought I'd be like, why are you gonna send me weird shit? Like, look at me. Or a fucking picture of my feet. Apparently, people do, but nobody has offered me enough money yet.
Oh my god. They just showed a couple of these replays, and I didn't see exactly the style in which Poirier was getting some of these strikes, but he literally went like ice pick punch like this. Like, I'm looking at it when he grabbed the back of his neck. Now we're starting to get into a good fight because you are seeing Hooker a little bit more comfortable starting in with a few kicks on Poirier, trying to soften him up a little bit. And I do like this because you do see in a certain element, you will be very interested to see how this one plays out. One, Andre Santiago says, tough round to score. I would also say Andrew Alexander is saying that Roberto has the best triangle in the game. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who does have something better than that. I've tried to push to a couple of my guys who I think have really solid triangle entries to watch Roberto. And you know what? It was funny. I had one guy not look at it, and I was like, you didn't look at the clip. And the guy goes, what? I was like, look at this fucking dude and how he sets it up and his precision in how he does it. He persists. He doesn't let any other option happen.
Yeah, he's definitely got the best triangle in the game right now. I can't think of anyone who has a better one. You know who's got a really underrated one is Craig Jones. That was his go-to before the leg lock. Man, great fucking round so far. But shout out to Andrew Alexander. He's coming in for my 155-pound qualifier.
Hooker is now starting to put it on Poirier. He's pushing him up against the cage, and he's starting to make Poirier start to fight wildly, which is very interesting to see. His head movement was starting to evade a number of the punches. Poirier, under duress, now shoots in on Hooker, starts to push him up against the cage. So if we're talking that first round was hard to score, you're now starting to see, I think Poirier feel a little bit pieced up right now. This is a very excellent fight that's happening on the UFC. Meanwhile, Third Coast Grappling is taking a moment to go ahead and get their shit together, as I guess they just have a conference call. Like, that's the weirdest part about this group. Why
is he sunglasses inside? Oh, I'm glad you said it fucking too. Jesus Christ.
I don't understand it. They look like they're frat boys, and you know, it's kind of a weird thing. Like, it looks like they're going to pledge rather than actually do commentary, which I guess is, if that's the style you're going for, the Abercrombie and Fitch that you're supposed to be reporting to as post is probably really pissed that you left.
You know, it's a rare sight that Heil is no longer the douchiest guy on the board. So shout out to those two.
Hey, listen, I like Ryan. I don't know these gentlemen. I'm sure they're whatever. But I have told him, I'm like, listen, dude, if you want to be taken seriously, you got to class up this commentary team. I offered to do it. And I said, listen, I'm not always going to say that I'm the only person to do it. But if I have this note and other people have this note, at a certain point, you have to take the note. So if it's not me, class it up yourself and I'll be fine. But if you don't, it's going to look weird. Like, you just look at this on paper and you just go, are these guys at a resort? Do they even care about their commentating? Again, presence is everything, especially if you're paying people a lot of money.
You should read Andrew's comments and give him more love because he's being very nice to you, Raph.
Oh, look at this. Barstool knockoffs. That's fair. And I put this commentary on over them. Well, Andrew Alexander, I listen to you more than I listen to Josh on this show. Oof. Looking at this, though. No, I love Josh. Here's what I'm going to say. Watch Poirier's striking and watch how he is leaning so far into some of his punches that when he doesn't connect, I wonder about how much energy he is expanding for a potential 5-round fight.
So we got a gi match, so I'm not paying attention to this. I'll just watch the UFC fight. Man, Hooker is getting a little bloody, man. They're both looking pretty gassed. And to be fair, they both look gassed after the first round. And you're completely right about the overextension on Poirier. Oh, there it is fucking again, man. I know I'm behind you, but like, Jesus Christ, Poirier's winging his punches.
And the thing is like, looking at the accuracy, round one, Poirier had 65. Now he's got 64. You're seeing Hooker with 45 in the first and now 57. So if that starts to go kind of like this in this next round, things could very much swing in terms of Hooker's kind of perspective, because I'm now seeing Dustin Poirier start to get a little bit more messed up. This is a great fight, you guys. If you're not watching, please watch. I'm seeing a hot fire emoji from one Andre Santiago, and you will see
good body work by Hooker.
You will see that within these last 15 odd seconds, this little like in between break is really going to serve Poirier much better if he survives it. Coming up, the clack is going to happen. He is getting in on these, and you are seeing Dustin Poirier now. Wow.
Tell me what's happening, Raph. I'm behind you.
They are going for it. I wasn't sure if Herb Dean had stopped the fight, but it looks like they are actually stopping it for the rounds and not as a fight stoppage. You are seeing Dustin Poirier looking very rough right now. It's not to say that Hooker looks super great on his own. He's taking the beating as well. But Poirier looks depleted. And I got to tell you, man, I don't know how he's going to look in this next round. This is a very dangerous thing because there are still.
Okay, Raph, well, now I'm ahead of you.
You're ahead of me on this?
Round 3 now.
Oh, no, you did magic, but that's great.
I'm ahead of you now. It's round 3, and I got to say, Poirier looks pretty good. I don't know how he recovered in that 1 minute because I saw what you saw. He looked pretty fucking tired, and now he is magically better.
Fuck, dude, like this is you get to a certain point where they're not even human anymore. Like they're
EPO.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're looking at people who are almost grabbing like Super Mario Brothers invincibility stars and still continuing to fight. This is insane, dude.
Oh, it's Maggie Granati and the other one. I don't know the other one's name. But yes. A is her name.
Andressa.
Oh, you said A. She's the current world champion. All right, this was supposed to be a good match, but fuck that. Let's watch this fight. Oh, man, Poirier with the good 1-2. I forgot I'm ahead of you. I should be doing more play-by-play. Man, I got to say, I'm really impressed by Hooker's body work. Now, me personally, when it comes to the pot, I just need this to go over 2.5 rounds to hit it big. Which, I mean, I've been on my edge of my seat this whole time. I got a minute left. But the nice thing that Hooker is doing is he's throwing that cross as his first punch. Oh, goddamn, Poirier is landing some combos on him now. Holy shit. These guys are fucking banging. Oh, God. He might have – I thought that was going to be it for Hooker, but he recomposes himself and starts throwing back. This reminds me – I totally forgot how hardcore Hooker is. He took that beating from Edson Barboza. So I don't think he's backing down from this beating. If he makes it another 30 seconds, I'll be happy.
Listen, you're talking about Hooker, but let's not forget his last fight was against Paul Felder, which in itself was an insane fucking fight.
I totally forgot about that. Irish Paul.
Then his fight before that was Al Iaquinta. Then before that, James Vick. Gilbert the winner.
I think he's going to get out of it, but the same guillotine he almost got on. Oh, my God. He just put himself back in the guillotine. No, don't you do it. Don't you do it. He got out, and he's over the 2.5 rounds, and I made money, Raph. God. Thought about tapping there, and now I think Poirier is wondering to himself, how the hell do I tap somebody with this fucking guillotine?
Bro, you know what? It's that arm. That arm in guillotine is one of the hardest to do, dude.
Especially in gloves. Like, I have a nice way of doing it without gloves, but in gloves, man, it's rough.
And, we talked a little bit about how Roberto Jimenez is able to use the no rash guard 80cc style to his advantage here. But this is a different level of so much blood and sweat that when you saw for a split second Poirier look for a triangle here, you're just kind of like, good luck, bro. I mean, maybe you can pull it off, but I don't think I could.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either, especially when it comes to adding the blood. The blood, I mean, sometimes the blood helps put in your chokes and submissions, but sometimes it hinders it. The problem is Poirier is trying to jump these triangles, but he's not moving his hips. He's flat on his back, and he does not have the legs for this.
Here's what I would say, though. Poirier and most people, when they elevate and they bring you in a little bit more, every time he would brace his knees, he's getting a nice elbow to the chin and to the face. And that's something I never have to worry about in grappling. But I think it's super dope that he's able to go ahead and get on the inside every time he needs to.
I can't believe this guy's still texting me, asking me if I will break his leg.
This is a weird thing, my friend. I don't envy you in these positions, but there is the opportunity to mute them and put them in general section.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do that. So they got back to their feet. Hooker's pushing Poirier up against the fence, but Poirier's throwing some elbows and some haymakers off the fence. Jesus Christ. Poirier's looking a little tired now, though. Hooker's a little wobbly on his feet, but, oh, man. How are these guys even human?
I mean, this is another one of those fight of the year contenders, and we're not even done with it.
It reminds me of Boss Rutan. He is not human.
Oh my God, dude. Oh, and just seeing the lack of follow through on some of these punches by one Dustin Poirier it's concerning to me because I'm just like, bro, are you there? Is this just the inside part of you that fights that just goes on automatic mode? Because props to you, man.
So if this goes over 4.5, I also will make a little bit of money, but not as much as I did.
Not as much as you already have, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. If you guys are just joining us, wow, what a fucking fight we've got right here. This is an amazing, amazing match that you have between Dustin Poirier and Dan Hooker. Both of these guys are taking a lot of damage. I think we're seeing the CTE Olympics, one might call it. But, man, it is compelling to watch.
Yeah, man. These highlights say it all. I'm really impressed by the way Poirier is able to throw with his back against the fence and do damage effectively.
Yeah. So,
overall,
let you know, I have decided that this is a fight. Normally, I don't mind being behind or ahead, but I have now changed from my TV, which is ahead, to my cell phone.
So I got 450, 448, 447.
I'm at 447.
Okay, cool. We're pretty close.
So we're at least in the neighborhood because the TV was behind you. Now, the significant strikes between the two, you are seeing Hooker just slightly behind on one metric, which is mainly the head strikes. But now we're seeing things go. And fuck, dude, this is a great fucking fight. I'm so excited you guys are watching with us. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. If you give us a cheers, or I'm sorry, if you give us a like and a share, we give you a cheers. My words are going to be jumbled because what the fuck are we watching?
Wow. So the live odds now are pretty much even. -125, -155.
That makes sense. I mean, dude, I if I was at all concerned with betting, I wouldn't do it on this one.
Oh no, I'm not taking any more action on this.
Listen, your night is done for all things UFC, my friend.
Yeah. Yes, it is. So over on the Third Coast side, we're in overtime, 0-0. Maggie's on top of the close guard of Andrea. And now we got Dan Hooker shooting a takedown, which is not something I thought I would see, especially after that tight guillotine attempt. Poirier's doing a technical stand-up, and now Hooker is on the back with hooks.
Hooks is generous.
Hook.
Yeah, thank you. I would say he's in pursuit of hooks. I think that he is trying to drag him down. And honestly, that's not a terrible way to play this if you need to just weigh down somebody who's already been kind of wobbly. Man, the will to fight continues on from Dustin Poirier, and his head movement, his body movement, his language of it is concerning to me. Again, now we're going to see something very interesting here. Fuck, does not
popped
go to the
out.
difference.
I don't understand why Hooker's shooting on him, especially after getting caught in that first guillotine. You're just
God, dude.
You're playing fire.
Oh my God. Like what you're about to see in like 2 seconds is just a shot and a rechamber from Dustin Poirier that I don't know that I could dig deep enough to find. It's somebody who says, all right, listen, I got to not only address you trying to shoot into me, but I'm going to stiff you with a shot and then go in for a slow takedown that I think I can win by attrition. This is all heart that's happening at this point.
All heart, but we got Poirier in the Habib position now where he's triangling his legs, looking for that far side wrist control and landing shots. Now, it looks like Hooker's looking for a shitty Kimura, and now it's full-on Khabib.
This is impressive. This is where he needs to be, man.
He's moving enough to not get stopped.
Yep. But, I mean, the nice part is not only is he moving, he's trying to advance his positioning back to standing up all the way. And you were seeing Dustin have some issue to try to hold him down.
Oh, he jumped for the back. Is he going to switch to the armbar? He's looking for the armbar. Oh, the triangle armbar combination.
Bro, you got to do it. You got to pull the trigger on this. Do not half-ass this.
Wow, it's half-assed. It's loosening up. It's loosening up.
It's not only that it's loosening up, it's just that he's so exhausted, dude. Like, he has the ability to do this.
Oh
my God. No.
Changed it enough for an oh, here's your position again, Raf.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you this much. I was more confident about the armbar. I will tell you this. This is just an opportunity for Dan Hooker to try and get a little bit of his life back. As Dustin Poirier, I don't feel super confident with his shoulders and his body pressed up against the cage being able to finish it. But, hey, that's a nice way to ensure a little bit more of a potential omoplata.
Punch him in the back of the ear.
No, 47 seconds left over here. Now you're going to see Dan Hooker try to press in on Dustin Poirier. So we're talking about yet another momentum shift between these two athletes who at this point are trying to create a tripod between each other to stand back up. They can't stand up on their own volition, but they're leaning on each other. And again, you're seeing Dustin Poirier go for yet another submission. Like, this dude is just throwing the kitchen sink, and that is what is making this compelling to watch. And we have 15 seconds left to go in this, fourth round. It looks like we're going to a fifth, and who knows what the fuck is going to happen. Aaron Willis is saying that he believes it is 2-2 in his opinion. Where do you have this, Josh?
I have no fucking clue. I mean, I think if we're scoring this on who's closer to finishing, it's Poirier. I can't remember. I'm not even thinking about scoring right now, but 2-2 sounds good to me. What about you, Raf?
I don't think I've been scoring this fight the entire time. I've been too busy watching it that I would say if someone said 2-2 to me right now, we got in the comment section from Aaron Willis, I'd say, sure. Could I maybe make an argument that Dustin Poirier could be slightly ahead?
It's the longest fight in
Sure.
And I mean fighting.
It's one of those fights where I don't know, man. Those judges could be really wacky on this one.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that wacky decision earlier with who was it? Fucking homeboy with the Hawaii tattoo.
Yes. But the reason why I say that is when you look at the stats, if you break those down, even though, you were seeing Poirier whiff, you're still seeing him connect when it counts. And that's the thing that always concerns me when you get to like how many punches versus how powerful, because that's an interpretive sort of a thing.
Now, here's a good question is, do the judges get to see that metric?
That I don't know for sure. But I will tell you, some judges that I watch, I actually believe they build that into their thing. Like, I think that there are a couple judges who I go, oh, yeah, no, they're actually really good at counting cards, kind of equivalency here. So now we're back fourth.
They're Rain Man.
Hey, man, if you've got that skill, I know that sometimes I will get invested in how the fight is progressing or the techniques that I don't necessarily count the numbers, but there have been a number of judges who I don't love that I go, oh, yeah, I see how that goes.
So the match is over for the women on Third Coast. I think they're going to announce a winner. I don't know who the winner is.
Here we go. I'm going to let you guys know on significant strikes. Poirier has been pretty clear as having an advantage on those. So if we get an answer to our question, which is, do they know? It could come down to that. So just as a heads up on that.
Now, they also need to take into account his submission attempts, and there's been way more submission attempts for Poirier. So if numbers are to lead us in one direction, it would be saying Poirier is probably up in the fight.
But the question is, yes, correct. And what rounds would you consider the takedowns, though, from Poirier?
I have no idea, but just a heads up on the Third Coast side, we have Wagner walking out now to take on Mr. Pedro Mourinho.
Which, by the way, it's kind of interesting to see Cyborg behind him giving him his pec talk as he makes his way on out to the cage. So, yes, he is making his way there. It is 3:05 left on my clock over here. Nice strike over and Hooker.
Looks like I'm going to get my other hit on my much smaller prop bet of 4.5 rounds, the over.
It's just so interesting to see what happens when you pair together two fighters who just refuse to lose. Like that's a very rare skill set to always see.
Yeah, there is no quitting these guys. I definitely think Poirier looks the better of the two right now. Ooh, good. Man, he's doing a very interesting lead cross and almost a shuffle step to make it look like a jab after.
Yep. And each time I always think that power is gone. He finds a way to put it back in. Now, to his credit, though, to even things out, Hooker is getting himself a takedown, and you will see the experience of Dustin Poirier, as exhausted as he is, finding his way over to the edge of the cage to start to do that crawl all the way back up, which, as we know, when you are tired, is the worst crawl anybody's ever seen. It's 155. Now, this is a very dangerous thing. We talk about if we think that this is going to be a tied score all the way through, these last moments are every bit of the impression. And you see Dustin Poirier already starting to get some strikes off, and the two of them return back to the octagon.
Yeah, he does a very good job, like we were talking about earlier, throwing off of the fence. And back in on that guillotine attempt, I don't know if it was enough to make him bail on the takedown.
Oh, dude, every time I see him just throw out a jab, no power, it's just literally trying to connect fist to chin just to make an impression.
You know what's funny is even in the 5th round of this fight, Poirier has better punching technique than Mike Perry.
I mean, Mike Perry's jiu-jitsu looked pretty good today, so I'm not going to talk too much shit on Mike Perry's jiu-jitsu.
I said his punching technique.
No, but if we were to win with jiu-jitsu, I think Dustin Poirier could have actually put this away if he had made use of a couple of those jiu-jitsu positions.
Mm-hmm.
We want to thank you guys for joining us. I would very much appreciate you guys. I will tell you this right now. If you give us a like and a share, we will give you a cheers on air. So do it quickly because we're coming up in the last 30 seconds of this fight, and you see a shot in by one Dan Hooker who's coming up on a single and instead gets just completely chucked by Daniel Poirier, who's going to try a last minute. I don't even call this a rear naked choke attempt as much as it is just a crank whatever you can find.
So you're telling me it's the wrestler technique?
Listen, bro, even catch wrestlers have to look at that and go, I don't know what to call that.
I don't know what to call it, but we invented it.
Man, and they hit the time, which if you had asked me back at minute 1 of this fight, I don't know that I would have said, yeah, this goes all 5 rounds.
Yeah, this was a show of heart, determination, and will to fight by these guys. I think the fight is pretty much shown here. Poirier walking around, looking victorious, and Hooker slumped over in the corner, getting attended to by the medical staff.
I mean, I think that again, we talk about fight experience. This could also very well be Dustin Poirier going, "Don't let them see you bleed."
Yeah, exactly. Now, Poirier's going to check him out. Now, over here on the third coast, we got 4.5 minutes left, and the tie score of 0-0 between Pedro Mourinho and Wagner Rocha.
I mean, unfortunately, I like that Bisping has said they're ready for round 6 as the two of them went to go greet each other and pay each other compliments, but it does look like they were about to butt heads. Let me go ahead and say a couple things real quick. Normally, we don't cheers people who get decisions, but I think this is a pretty epic one. So let's go ahead and give a nice cheers to one, Dan Hooker and Dustin Poirier. Gents, I don't know where either of you found that fight. In fact, I thank both of you for sacrificing so much of your bodies just to give us that amazing fight. That is one of the fights that we've seen not only that impressed us this year, but man, it has brought us together in COVID. We cheers to you. We thank you very much for a great fight. Thank you very much, both. Of you guys. God damn, dude. I'm watching that one again later tonight.
Better than Bonner and Griffin for sure.
And you know what? The nice part about that fight is you look at that fight again, and after you train, because I didn't watch it when I trained, you kind of go, oh, there's this technical thing done, or this technical thing could be done.
Yeah.
And you always kind of second guess those things. But sometimes you get the fight that time or that decade needs. All things considered with COVID, this is a fight we need.
This, to me, was better than Bigfoot versus Mark Hunt.
I'll agree with you on that.
Let's just not try to make it again.
Well, think about it like this. This makes you nervous. And think about how many times you feel nervous during a fight. 48-47, 48-47, and 48-46. And I do believe that's got to be for Dustin Poirier. And it is for Dustin the Diamond Poirier.
That makes sense to me. Good win for Dustin. Yeah, I mean, like you said in the beginning, he has the potential to become a champion once more, especially with not knowing what the future of Khabib holds and the division in general. Looks like we have another stalling call that led to 2 points in over here. Wow. So I don't know how to do this.
They gave you 2 red cards, and then you just got 2 points at the end.
I don't know why. I don't know how we can do this. We got to go from that to this. And that's not a diss on these jiu-jitsu athletes, because there have been some hell of matches over here. But
let me see this. I got a comment down here from Andrew Alexander that says, Pedro Mourinho, every event. And I can't tell, but I think it just says this in the comment section as the emoji.
So I think I increased 20% on my money tonight, so I'm not complaining.
That's not bad. We also see from Andre Santiago that said they both fought with heart, and round 6, they ready. I, as a non-doctor, would even tell you I wouldn't allow them to have a round 6.
Yeah.
I'd be like, listen, we're good. Good job, guys. Everybody goes home.
We saw all you needed to see.
So here's the statistics that they have that I think is very interesting. I'm going to see if I can get a snapshot of it and send it on over to the other side, because I think it's going to be a telling aspect of this.
Yeah, that's a lot of total strikes.
It's incredible, though. And looking at Dustin Poirier I think the difference maker each time being those takedowns, because you could score 3 rounds alone on just him out striking. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds. Three rounds he outstruck him. The first 2 belonged to Dan Hooker in terms of who was able to get more total strikes in. Let's hear what he has to. I don't even know you can interview him.
He's taking his time getting over there.
I mean, I would.
I would too. All right, so we're about to go into the golden score here in Third Coast. I don't even know what to say.
We got Wagner Rocha, Pedro Marino, both 2-2. Yeah.
Andrew Alexander was saying they're talking about double DQ for this match.
Interesting.
That reminds me of pretty much every Pedro Marino match.
So what happens if they both double DQ? Then just Roberto becomes the winner?
I mean, yeah, hopefully.
Or hear me out. Both of them get to fight Roberto at the same time and only act one entity.
You know, close guard here. Wagner on top. Interesting. I kind of want to. I mean, I definitely want to see Wagner versus.
Hold on. I'm hearing what I'm hearing. And, normally we were saying they could let them curse and do all that sort of stuff. And he was saying that, of course, during the fight, he had Dan Hooker was talking a lot of trash talk. And he goes, he's trying to fight the champ. I'm the fucking champ. And there was a big bleep as he was doing that. So that's great. But, I mean, he's busted up right now. He looks like Two-Face.
So this overtime is getting interesting. Interesting. Pedro's in on the legs of Wagner. Wagner's looking for the back take off of it. I am not impressed by Pedro's leg lock game at all. He's just trying to hulk into this.
He was saying that he was seeing, kind of flashes. He was like, dude, once he kneed me, I wasn't sure. And I saw him trying to throw jabs at me. And I saw the ref and I didn't know how much time I had left, but I was still in the fight.
Damn. And he fought back to that decision.
Yep. Dustin is saying he obviously could have fought sharper. He said that he was just staying in the pocket for far too long. Andre Santiago, thank you very much for watching along with us tonight. We appreciate you. And we will see you on the next one. But for those of you who are sticking with us, Jesus Christ, we still have a great end that is going to happen with Third Coast Grappling. As we see, Pedro Marino is still trying to attack this leg.
I wonder if they're going to get as much hate for their rules as EBI does.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan Hooker, Dustin Poirier is basically saying, like, hey, listen, I am ready to just go home, see my daughter. Maybe I don't fight the rest of this year. And I think that's okay.
Yeah, dude, I wouldn't blame him. Hopefully he made a fat stack after that. Now, listen, I'm not a hater on these rules for Third Coast because that was some interesting action that just came because of that overtime.
Yeah.
But now we're back to standing.
Yep.
With double negatives in regulation. I don't know if there's negatives in overtime.
Can I tell you what's weirdest to me if you're bringing in a civilian into watching this? Can you imagine watching, say, like the NFL, let's say the Super Bowl, right? And they put up a score. And let's say you don't get past a certain score. And then they go, oh, okay, well, the Patriots won. And you go, actually, no, they didn't. They didn't score enough. So we're going to go to an overtime. It's going to be a field goal competition. You go, that doesn't make any sense. Why did I see a score in front of me? It's just there to kind of assure that there's going to be action going. But the field goals is where it's at. So sudden death field goals.
That's a good point.
And you'd go, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you show me a score that doesn't mean anything unless it's a certain number that's arbitrarily picked?
Oh, man. Now, this is the thing. Oh, my God. This is the thing. Look, I'm not saying that Wagner doesn't deserve that 2 points.
Sure.
But this is the thing. When referees have a call that happens in front of Cyborg. He waved it off as no. Then Cyborg was like, what? And they gave the 2 to Wagner. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. I think that's a good 2 points because they ended up on the mat. But I think these referees need to have some fucking balls.
Here's some good news. Andrew Alexander says, nah, Flo owns them and usually push the narrative in the media. The rules make no sense to me, and I do jiu-jitsu. Yeah, I mean, the hardest part about any kind of subjectivity in any of these rules is that you're going to have something weird and sketchy happening. The weird part is I don't see how our rule sets, whenever we say here are the rules, make us look so much sillier to wrestling where you go, yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, okay, those rules, those make sense. That makes sense. To us, we're just kind of like, actually, this only makes sense because they're both in a 50-50 position, and the person who came up first, they should win. And you go, that doesn't make any sense if they're still in the 50-50.
So here's the interesting thing to me. People bitch about EBI rules, and I'm going to go back to this horse, and I'll probably die on this horse. But there is no subjectivity in that, you know?
Yep.
Like, especially if you have a referee that's going to let it go a little bit longer rather than calling it early. It's just not going to happen.
I would tell you this. So I remembered being skeptical of EBI overtime and voicing my concern, which is what you're going to have is people using this event to say they are better at grappling than somebody, when in actuality, to me, it's just a means of getting the tournament to move on. Like, we just have to have somebody that's going to push. So anytime that somebody says, oh, man, my jiu-jitsu is so much better than this guy who I beat in EBI, and I'm like, well, you beat him in overtime rules, which just means you won that tournament rule set, which to me doesn't mean you're a better grappler. It just means, hey, listen, I got to go home by 10 tonight. So if y'all can make with the go. And I think even when I said I wish there was a better rule set, you know, I'm critical of this, but I have to acknowledge it is condensing our night way more. And that's important because otherwise then we're trying to do this weird objective scoring bullshit that just every time we see something like that, you're going to have those weird biases happening. And the weirdest part about the biases is you can't prove it. You can't prove in certain areas that a bias that could exist does. And so as a result of that, you get people who are going to say like, oh, no, I can't be biased. I'm an objective person. And in actuality, that might not necessarily be the case. So as much as we want to admit it, it is part of it. So that's just my opinion.
That is 100% true. And listen, I had a conversation with someone earlier about basically police problems and all that shit. Same thing with referees. They're humans. There's going to be problems. There's going to be gray areas. You know, like it is what it is.
I mean, listen, dude, you're always going to have people who are going to second guess every aspect of everything that you do. It's always, what do you do in good faith? What do you do to the best of your ability? It says that wasn't as egregious as Taza versus Mourinho, but Josh is right about these refs. They just look at the high profile coach or the promoter, then just make the call. So, yeah. And I don't think that even eclipses even at the level of ADCC. I feel like there are certain times when you watch a match and, you know, you might look and see somebody advance and you go, they're the bigger name. And that doesn't mean that they're not good at jiu-jitsu. It doesn't mean that they're not interesting. You sometimes wonder that. And that's got to be any decision that has any kind of subjectivity to it. So that's the issue that I think that we try to do it. And I think a whole point of ADCC is to use that wrestling to kind of have a different deterrent or a different factor of consideration. And then what happens? You get two guys who can't wrestle trying to wrestle, and then it becomes the same problems that we always face.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And I think we talk about it a lot, that there's no longer purists. You know, it's no longer jiu-jitsu versus the world. It is now grappling. And the people that realize that they don't have wrestling skills, they need to realize, look, this is the way the sport is going. If you want to play the points, you have to know how to wrestle. You know, there's
Yep.
no other factor than that. If you don't, then go do EBI.
And hey, listen, dude, EBI gets that all the time. And I will tell you this, the other thing that's fascinating about that is when you see people, like, who's standing in front of this camera? Why is no one telling them to move? You literally just have someone just fixing the back of their shirt while in front of the camera, in front of the commentators. One thing I would tell you is this. Even wrestlers sometimes struggle in ADCC, and that is indicative of, oh, okay. Everybody kind of has a weakness that they kind of have to go around and figure out. The nice part about ADCC that I always see, though, is I'm always like, you know what, though? At the very least, there is an opportunity for grapplers to try and get submission within a certain amount of rule sets. And as much as I want to like hate on ADCC trials, and they're 3 on, 3 off, it's a very particular format that exists within its realm, but it does force these guys when they're training to go, we got to do stand up.
And it also forces action. I really believe that 3 on, 3 off is one of the most exciting rule sets because it's a short period of time. You're not going to see people gas out. And yeah, it just makes great matches. And yeah, I definitely agree with the sentiment that Andrew is saying that it's not as egregious as that. And the shade stuff. Yeah, that needs to change. But it is what it is.
I mean, let him do if that. I mean, one thing that Ryan told me was that they have a certain vibe and a certain style they're going for.
Oh yeah.
Sure. My thing is, I always feel as somebody with an outside perspective is to go, okay, well, you should know this is how that is being perceived. Do with that.
Are you serious? I have to sit through another gi match?
One more gi match. And the whole thing is, we could have been doing this gi match the entire time we were on them with the shades.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
I know, dude. I know. But we're close. So we are at that place where we are rounding third so that anybody who... sorry.
I just want to see this. I mean, all right. So this is Joao's little brother. He had a match with John Combs at Kasai. John subbed him. I don't know who his opponent is, but this is, I believe his name's Pedro Rocha. He's a real solid wrestler from Brazil. He's just really getting into the U.S. competitive scene.
Nice. Okay, so...
and I don't know who that is.
Well, you got Valente versus Pedro Rocha.
Which Valente is that? Lucas Valente?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, here's the nice part. The stage smoke on this one is one of the better stage smokes that I see because it does add a little bit for that exit and the camera actually picks it up, because before I used to see stage smoke and go, it looks terrible on camera, but the cameras that they have for this one actually pick it up quite nicely.
Yeah, I think we talked about this in the beginning. This production value and the camera work on this one is pretty fucking good. I like the vibe.
Because, you know, it reminds me of, like, there are certain things that have, like, reality television lighting to them. Yeah. And it got like it's a reality television show that I was like, oh, the production value is a little bit nicer on this. Because I do see that a lot with grappling events where you kind of have to give up some of how it looks just to make it happen.
This should be somewhat interesting because Pedro is a high-level wrestler. Here he is on that single. Let's see if he runs the pipe for the finish. Looks like he's trying to pull him back into the center of it.
It is interesting. Yeah, like he feels pretty comfortable here. Most people would be pretty nervous, especially in a gi when you have the opportunity to go ahead and start getting loop chokes. Like that's the one thing that I think he's keeping his distance on. But yes, Andrew, you know, I think moral of the story is we do our best to make suggestions, and that it is on other people to use those suggestions or don't. That's it. But we agree. I think the shades are pretty stupid.
I do like the vibe of them drinking beer and doing commentary. That is something I can get behind.
That's fine. I would tell you though, I have a policy of usually not drinking on the job. So I would prefer not to do it myself. But if the vibe was to be a little bit more loose, I would let my other commentators do it. And I would rein them in. But like, it's so hard for me to break code.
So I'm a little confused as to what happened here.
Oh, he's basically saying my gi jacket is too powerful. Please give me another.
Oh, Jesus H. Christ. Is this really what's happening right now? We're going to change the gis in the middle of the match?
Hold on. On behalf of everybody who does gi, I also don't understand what's happening right now. So we're taking a moment. It does look like they are changing out the gi. Maybe there was a tear. Maybe it was starting to come apart. I don't have an answer for you because we're not listening to the commentary. And just taking a guess here, I don't know that they would know either. So there's that.
So now we're going to have... Oh, here's another gi. Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Correct. Wardrobe malfunction is what, Rip Gi. Quentin and Andrew are chiming in over here. That was kind of the thought. I've always operated under the rules. If your gi breaks, you just have to live with it. That's how you get in. What are you gonna do in a fight? Be like, excuse me, my jacket has uncome itself. I will go get something else.
Why is everybody so confused? This is the position they were in. Like, come on.
Yeah. Again, this is where I would probably... Ooh, nice spin, though. Spin is a great move for fucking in the gi. Nice.
I'm confused, though, because he got the takedown and the gi ripped. Does that mean he doesn't get the takedown points originally?
Does not look like they will be awarding him points for that.
This is the problem with points. And I just said I started to enjoy these points events more.
Yeah, I mean, listen, dude, I can't defend every gi aspect of every gi match. And as I mentioned earlier, I thought that the gi for Third Coast Grappling was a little weird last week, but here we are. And Andrew Alexander says, Pedro too strong, LOL. We are in on a potential leg attack over here. He's on the side, and it does look like it is concerning to one Rocha right now.
Jesus Christ, that's the worst ankle lock I've ever seen.
It is, but you would be surprised what you can get away with in the game.
You're right. He touched my leg. Time to tap.
My favorite, so I do a thing where I will every so often wrap my gi around the leg just to see what they'll do. And then when that happens, they'll be like, can you do that? And I was like, I just did. Do something about it.
What is he looking at the ref for?
He doesn't like where he's at right now.
He sat guard off of contact. Quickly, do what the other fat ref did and stand it back up. I have too many streams open. Are you fucking kidding me, Flo? I'm going to murder you. I was like, he's talking shit about me. Quick. Shut down the stream.
I would tell you, though, this is a nice little appetizer toward our main event. So they're now tied at 2, which means we could potentially go to an overtime unless these guys, Oh, do we have a stall here?
God. They were tied at 2, and they were all points they earned without negatives.
I will tell you this, though. There is a great incentive for me to stall so much I get points. The more I think about that as a sentence structure, I think that plays to my particular game set super well. I think that's the one I would do.
Imagine if there was a tournament with you, me, Brandon McCaffrey, and Emil, and we got points for stalling.
I'll tell you this much. The worst part about, you and I got to roll, but I don't think you've seen a Brandon and me roll, because a Brandon and me roll is supposed to operate off the assumption, well, Brandon's the black belt. I should take it to him. You know, his whole policy is always like, when I do this, that's a contract that, you know, I'm allowed to do whatever, and that you will start and you initiate it and I will finish it. And so when I don't initiate anything and Brandon's staring at me and I stare at him and I go, I can do this all day. This is way better for me than it is for you. And the minute that Brandon decides to submit me, he can. But for me looking at him and being like, no, I'm clearly more patient.
Cool.
I will put something in the, like a casserole in the oven and wait because I've got time to kill here, my friend.
You know what jiu-jitsu needs more of? Fans that are willing to boo.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I would tell you to go to more IBJJF because they're not the people you probably want to boo, but there is a weird element of a crowd. The first couple times I went to IBJJF gi events and I saw how unruly the crowd was, I always said, like, there should be power checks for crowds in jiu-jitsu because it gets weird, dude.
I'm just talking about, like, you know how when there's no action in the UFC, you can hear the woo and the boos. Like, I think we need more of that.
Agreed. It says obesity is ruining refereeing. Prove me wrong by Quentin Pablo Rosenzweig.
Indeed.
Well, first of all, I would ask you to address that to other people other than us because it seems rude.
Yeah. Haven't you seen me recently? I'm svelte.
I was about to say, like, Quentin, young, fit person does not get to tell people who old. I mean, there's a minute 9 left here. There's also a different kind of wardrobe malfunction that you see with Moons on the other side. I'll tell you this much, though, Josh. I root so much for the gi. I really do. I think the only thing that's missing on my side for the people in gi is having those same gung-ho athletes that you tend to get in no gi who say, fuck it, I'm going to give you a show.
Yeah, you're right.
If you can assemble that squad and get those people in on cards who don't care about positions, who are clearly going for as many submissions as possible, you will have a difference in perspective on how gi goes. Because at its core, even though it's technical, there are still people who are very savage level at their gi, but they tend to, at the highest levels, get too afraid to lose. And that's when it becomes blah.
And they tend to play too much for overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's I don't know. Who's the guy that, like, started just, like, snapping people down and taking their face right to the mat? I don't know. Someone in the gi. Like, we need more of that crap. Are you eating a Pop-Tart?
No, this is actually Taco Bell.
Oh, nice. That sounds amazing right now. Especially since it's midnight over here.
I was about to say, I was like, you are close to, pumpkin turning back into whatnot. But I would tell you this. Quentin is saying I'm older than Josh. You're definitely not older than me, though. So
I'm older than all of you guys, though. So I just ate poorly.
Yeah, you have a weird, like, arbitrary Benjamin Button disease where it was like, we're not going to give you any reason why you look old.
Pretty much.
Are we done here? They finished? Nope. We got to go to overtime? Cool. All right.
Ref, I'm going to tell you right now, if they pan to the guys in the shades again, I'm just getting off. And you could pull Quentin in because I'm sure he'll talk some smack or something.
I mean, here's what I'm looking at right now. The way this plane gets landed is honestly on them because we've done a good job of walking people through an epic night. We walked them through some of the best matches of basically the evening between Dan Hooker and Dustin Poirier, John Combs, and one Roberto Jimenez. You've already had some major highlights throughout the day.
Roberto and what's his name too? Ty was pretty good.
So this is where I'm in that same submission underground situation. Do you go the constant movement with Ty and Roberto, or do you go with the, oh, I don't know how this might end. John's looking pretty good here. Points were scored. More submission attacks were going. I think if I were to give you a heads up, I'm leaning more towards John versus Roberto.
I am too, especially since it ended in submission.
Again, what I look for.
Man, these guys are just okay. I guess we're just gonna. He initiated the takedown. That should be 2. Oh my god! Oh my god! Referee, stop looking at people. Stop looking at people. Grow some balls and make your own decision.
Oh, it's like, dude, is that enough? And dude on bottom is like, no.
I mean, he initiated the takedown, and now he's like, that ain't right. Let me look at some other people.
Well, that's the hardest part about a takedown in gi, is if you grab that gi and you go, aha, I pulled guard. I think that's what he's trying to argue. Did you just penalize him?
I don't know what's happening here.
What is this? I mean, if he's...
That's going to be 2.
Listen, bro, he's... This is frustrating. Okay. Push down. Nice. He's going to attack the leg. He's going to come up on it.
God, I hate this fucker. Why are they so easy to hate? It's like they just do it to themselves. I don't know.
I will tell you this. You know, there's always the perception that people who compete are crazy, super ridiculous assholes who are so competitive it's just not even fun, you know? And then you'll have people in our sport who are like, no, everybody's cool. You know, you just compete, you figure it out, you do your thing, no big deal. And then you see moments like this where everybody starts cheering, they yell nonsense, and they get hype about something that you go, that doesn't seem right.
Yeah, I don't like this guy. This Lucas Valente guy. But everybody smiles and hugs after, so that's good.
Yeah.
Andrew, they're both local to Texas.
I like that Andrew's taking names. And it'll be like, go forth, Andrew. Break ankles. Let us know how it goes. All right. How long are they going to stall for? Because that should have been enough time for them to come back.
Listen, I love the We Defy Foundation and our troops as much as the other people, but they already did this once.
To be fair, this is the Super Bowl spot. When you pay for it, you do want to get a return. It's the fourth quarter ads.
I don't think they pay for it, though, because they're a charity.
That's true. Either way, it's supposed to be one of your highest Q ratings as intro into your final. But, you know, here, I mean, who do you have going on this one? Do you have Roberto winning? Do you have Wagner winning?
I think Wagner. Yeah. Okay. I think Wagner finds a way to win. He's very good at not getting scored on. I don't remember the last time I've seen him submitted other than leg locks, you know. I think it's a saying. The young bull's like, oh, let's go fuck all those sheep. And the old bull is like, no, let's go down slowly and fuck them all, or whatever it is. You know, I think that's what Wagner's going to do.
Like, I don't know what kind of Bible they give you at your church, but maybe we need to get a New Testament on your side. Here's what I would say. I think people have made the argument, does Roberto have the finals mentality? And I think that this is one of those very difficult moments to find that. and he's super talented. I think the kid is amazing. I think that trying to win against a seasoned veteran who knows how to be crafty, you might feel the need to go with the veteran. So the idea is, of course, if you see Wagner stay out of triangle danger, maybe things are different. But
Now,
go ahead.
sorry, I keep interrupting you. It's just fucking
Oh,
screaming.
Here's the thing. I'm literally, as you did that, I go, oh, I'm just going to take another bite to eat. So you do your thing, dude.
The overtime rules definitely play to Roberto. So I don't see Wagner submitting him or scoring 11 points. So we have to realize that he's going to start in Roberto's close guard.
Yeah.
Eventually.
That's fair. Let me see here. Jimenez by OT score. And it says, all Josh knows is there a sheep fucking going on. I mean, that's actually a very fair assessment.
Who is Brian Marvin?
Oh, what? Okay. Well, he's the guy facing Gordon Ryan. And they said in his profile that he was Professor Brian Marvin. So, there was a prepackage that was telling us a lot about him. But this is a for charity match that obviously will go to the We Defy organization, which is good. And hey, wasn't that the organization that was supposed to get the money from, was it Substars?
Yes.
Okay. So, hey, listen, that's got to be good. And I like that we've now gotten to the part where people have left the bar at the commentary booth here.
I said I was going to go to sleep if they started doing this. It's too late now.
Well, to be fair, you're not here because of them. You're here to see the end. So you want to see Roberto and Wagner. And I think that is understandable and admirable. I think we should probably get there because where you're at, it is already midnight. And it is a telling sign when the UFC is already done for the night and other organizations are not. Just to maybe make that point. But at the very least, I don't think either of these guys need more rest. We gave them plenty of time.
Yeah, Roberto's had a minute, Oh, great. Now we're talking about kids.
Well, he is shadeless. How long till he puts the shades on?
Immediately.
So one of the things one of the things that is important to discuss is that when I make the policy of no, you should be able to say the comments that you make about the production to the team, I would be at that table. I'm pretty sure the first question out of my mouth would be, why are we doing this?
Listen, I'm all for getting drunk and doing commentary, but I'm not going to be wearing Colby Covington shades. Man, he is the dollar store version of Colby Covington minus muscles.
But I mean, it's just for the purpose of what do you think this does for the telecast? Just curious.
I don't know.
Watching it, what kind of aesthetic are you trying to build? Are you guys trying to be a reboot of Miami Vice? Are you guys trying to be fun and cool? Do you guys think you're on a video game? I don't understand. So,
I know I'm going to hear shit from Ryan tomorrow about this, but
sure. But you know what? Just tell me what the reason is, and then we can be like, okay, agree to disagree. But if you have an issue with it and you are not seeing it, that's fine. But just know that that's feedback. So that's the difference. People, if you can't understand what feedback is, then you can fuck off.
I enjoy the events. I'll keep supporting them. But
I mean, clearly we're sitting here watching this and talking about it late. So I think support is out the window in terms of, oh no, we don't support them.
Yeah, I stayed up late for you guys.
We literally dedicated a good
day trolling people tomorrow.
And you are saying, Roberto, dude, what is that on his back?
Is it staff?
I just want to see though what you have decided to put as hieroglyphics on the parts of your shoulder. I'm just saying, the whole point of having a tattoo is so people will see it. So what is it? Let me see here. No offense, but what is Ryan doing hopping in and out of the booth? You've already got 3 guys there. So I think that's kind of their thing. I think that's their, fifth straight podcast. Anytime I've seen them chatting, it's usually like 4 or 5 of them around and doing a show. So I don't know. I think at a certain point, you run out of things to do when you just start doing that. I don't know. For me, if I'm producing it, half the time I'm running around doing 12 different things. I think Ryan's been doing that as well, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what other insight they're looking for.
All right, here we go.
Deck where they go, and now we go over to Daniel Cormier.
So, if there were taking odds on a submission happening in this match during a regulation,
okay,
put $1 million on it not happening.
Oh man, okay, that's intense.
No, it's not. It's just I don't think that.
You don't think putting $1 million on a grappling event is not intense?
I mean, yes, I think that's intense.
Okay, thank you.
Feel very strongly that Humberto is not going to submit Wagner.
Okay.
And I think Wagner is more going to try to play for the overtime win here.
It's fair.
Which is not a criticism on either one of them. I just think it's just
– you have an immediate get to guard. This kid is something else, man. The way he always gets to guard. Oof. And Wagner's attempt to break the wrist control is, again, in perfect Wagner form. It says from Quentin, Wagner can submit Roberto in regulation. And Andrew was posing like he's Vince McMahon. First of all, never, ever mention Vince McMahon in the same sentence as anybody in grappling because no one has that distinguished honor. I will tell you, though, when I do commentate events, I do have gear in hand. In the event, I have to Vince McMahon it that I produce. If I don't produce it, I don't bring my gear. But if I produce the event, I'm definitely like, oh, shit. Somebody falls through. I have to Vince McMahon and the show must go on, this goddamn thing.
Man, I'm turning into such a fucking old man. It's 12 o'clock and I'm fucking exhausted.
It's all right. You've had a long day. That's what happened.
What happened to the days where I used to be able to party till 4?
Those are gone forever, dude. Also, think about all the stuff that you're still going to get done tomorrow when you wake up like a normal person.
Yeah. Kind of wish I was in California. Nah, never mind. I'm never going to say that ever again.
I don't want you to say it. The dumbest part of the situation was people like, oh, I want to leave California. It was like, good. Bye. I enjoy that. That's less people on our freeway, dude.
Wagner does a real good job of this hand fighting game he plays. He drags people in, and dude, again, his hands are so fucking big. Like, I can't say that enough, how big his hands are for a 170-pound human.
I mean, Wagner is somebody who he is we use the snake thing, but it does look like he's almost challenging you to look him in the eyes, and he puts some sort of hypnotic spell. And granted, that didn't look like a bad arm drag from Roberto. It looks like if he wants to and he concentrates on it, he can kind of move Wagner around more than Wagner might be comfortable in doing. It's just a matter of timing.
Medusa Rocha? No.
I mean, I'll work on it. I'm pretty sure there's some weird pun I'm not thinking of at the moment.
His son's name is Achilles, which is pretty fucking badass.
That is pretty cool. But of course, that's the most Wagner thing to do.
I like how Wagner's just going to punch him in the chest here to get him down.
I was about to say, Wagner is one of the few people that you know.
Oh, yes. They can slam? I love it.
I was about to say, Wagner is one of the few people that would 100% use striking in the most simplest of senses for jiu-jitsu.
Okay, I didn't realize that they could slam. I'm totally going for Wagner by win in overtime.
Yeah.
If Humberto chooses to be put in the closed guard, Wagner is just going to slam him over and over.
That's fair, but that was almost a good sweep there. Wagner's sense of balance caught him right at the perfect moment. So respect to him here. And you're going to see actually Roberto's rash guardlessness actually come to cost him a little bit there. I think that friction actually slipped him off more than.
Why is my stream lagging again?
Don't know, but you're also going to see. Hey, Gabe, let me go ahead and give you a quick little cheers. Thank you very much for sharing that, or not sharing it, but giving us a nice like. Appreciate you, Gabe. It says, why haven't people been doing that more, especially OT?
I think it's slamming people.
It depends on the rule set, honestly. Some places are no bueno with that. And as a result of that, you get people kind of going, whenever they lift them up, what do I do with them here?
That was a decent shot at a pass attempt there by Wagner with a good head and arm control.
I mean, this is really what he wants, is just to grind out that pass, to try and use it to go ahead and disrupt. I like the regarding here. Roberto looking good. I mean, I guess the question is, I would like the answer to be more complex, but I'm also very nervous to ask it to Roberto and being like, can you teach me the secret of a good guard? And he'd be like, be strong and pull them in. There you go. Yes.
You know, I really enjoy that Texas is more crazy than Florida, because in Florida, I need an MMA promoter's license to allow slams in my events. And Texas is just like, hold my fucking Tito's. Here we go.
To be fair, think about it like this, though. Texas might also be in the place of being able to get away with shit right now, where they go, you know, people are too busy doing other stuff. We can get away with some stuff right now, guys.
Yeah.
I almost have a little bit of a lag on my side. It's now starting to render. 1:30 left on my time.
Oh, I got 1:15.
Nice. Yeah, I knew you were a little bit ahead, but you are seeing, this is where it gets really interesting when you see Wagner start to smile a little bit. It's kind of like the moment that a Bond villain is about to win in movies. So, but this is genuinely like his pastime. He's not a bad person. He just likes being this guy competing like this.
Oh, yeah.
He's trying every transition in the book and almost comes up with a back take as a result of it.
Oh, my God. He's got the back take, and Wagner slams him backwards. I don't know what to say anymore.
I mean, listen, dude, this is the way. This is the way to approach it. I just like the idea that Roberto himself stays clearly on these. That's right. No points because of this. If you're Roberto, cover the mouth. This is the one guy to do it to, my friend.
That's so true.
Like, if I'm competing against him, I'm going to be like, I got to do it to him first before he does it to me.
Oh, my God. Wagner just smiled at him, gave him a high five, and Roberto wouldn't give it back.
That's what I'm saying. Here's the issue is looking at this right now, Roberto coming in with a mission, and you will see Wagner, 100% smiling at him. But let's ask this question. We talked about it earlier, which was the triangle from back, the body triangle, does not get you any points. Would it have been smarter in the pursuit of trying to go for a submission for Roberto to have at least tried to get the hooks in?
I think so, because then he could have chosen the overtime position. I think Wagner is discussing with Cyborg now, installing a little bit, which is smart. But trying to discuss which position he should choose. If I'm Wagner, I get inside the closed guard and slam him until he opens his guard.
It's a risky one.
Or until he dies.
What a great moment. You'd be like, how did Roberto die? Well, there was a series of slams where it became less of a sport and more of just a kill zone. Yeah, he is going for inside the closed guard, though.
And listen, I'm not trying to say that's what he should do. I'm just saying that's what I would do for 10,000. Yeah.
Hey, cheers over to Quentin for giving us a like on the stream. Appreciate you. And cheers on over to you, Andrew Alexander. We appreciate you guys bringing in the comments. Hey, listen, don't mock it till you try it. I like a lot of what Roberto was trying to do there to trip him up, but Wagner looking very still, very calm as he now gets free of the guard and starting to work the pass.
10th Planet knows how to party.
Yeah, no shit. Roberto trying to go in for a single, but instead opts to go back to guard. And now it's going to be a little bit of them re-guarding them back to the center. It says Roberto should go on top. His back takes are on point tonight. Yeah, Roberto's one of those kids, though. I mean, you did just see maybe if it's a little bit of a backtick that was happening with Wagner. Easier said than done, my friends.
I mean, he did take the back of Wagner. He just didn't get hooks. He got his,
Quentin is now just yelling out "woo" as if he is
He's
Ric
a woo
Flair. He is a woo girl indeed. I bet you have all people who are in our comment.
Oh shit! Wagner might get this pass. Nope. Good regard by Roberto.
I mean, that's the funny part about seeing this. I know it on my level, which is not quite the same, but I like that Wagner's was just like, let's just fall in him and see what happens.
Let's just fall forward with our forehead onto his forehead.
You know, if this kid's good at regarding and doing all this shit that prevents me from passing, timber, and see what happens.
Oh,
Jesus. You all got those trading partners that regard really well that you get really annoyed and you go, nah, this is not fucking working. The over-under's not working. The duck-under's not working. This isn't working. Fuck it. Just try something dumb.
Been there.
Yep, 100% been there. Now 3 minutes for me. You're probably at about 2:45. This is an interesting aspect of this match. I think that Wagner is... I think he actually feels good being in this position.
If this goes the distance, who are you giving it to right now?
It's got to be Wagner just because he's on top, and I believe that that's how people score things.
Oh, and he's trying to Kyotera ankle lock, and Wagner's laughing at him.
Mm-hmm. Because even though you might see Roberto actually trying to get more of the submissions, you will see more often than not, especially with the IBJJF or points rule sets, the perception of people on top. You can almost make a mathematical equation of them being perceived as trying to pass harder or more.
So, I mean, Wagner is definitely trying to pass harder. I think it really comes down to whether or not we're scoring just the overtime or the entirety of the match. Because if it's the entirety of the match, Roberto had that back take.
I mean, now you're seeing, though, Roberto trying to hit the single leg. And in terms of consistency, though, you are seeing Roberto try the most to make action happen, whereas Wagner is trying to pass but then sits in the position. Roberto is actually moving within the position to try and advance it. So that could be another possibility that you could look at if you're looking at just the overtime. Who knows? Who knows?
Ooh, he almost passed him there again. Wagner's doing a good job with that hip switch pass.
Mm-hmm.
And Roberto's guard retention is even better.
Yeah, this is one of those nice styles make matches sort of a thing. And dude, this is so funny because you got to figure that at his gym, this is the type of thing that Wagner just passes people at will. Like, I can't see people regarding this well at Wagner's gym.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, and this match it's not Combs versus Roberto, but it's interesting in a different way, and it's exciting in a different way.
And it's, similar into the Cody versus Wagner match.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly.
You feel like, oh, there are a lot of really interesting things happening here, as opposed to Roberto and Combs, where you go, fuck.
Yeah. Like, I really enjoy this match, and I'm very much enjoying it, but for different reasons. So I got 18 seconds left on my clock. Looks like we're going to go to a referee's decision.
Yeah.
I'll try not to spoil the winner for you.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. I don't know at this point that anything can be spoiled. And I will tell you this. Like, if you're just seeing the kind of perspective I am with the main camera, you see Howell on the side next to the sunglasses crew, next to a person in a mask. And if you show this footage to somebody in 20 years, they're going to be like, what the fuck was going on in the background of this thing? Andrew Alexander asks, what happens after the first OT? I guess nothing. I think we might actually
the ref decision. Yeah. All right. Here we go. They give it to Roberto
because he was trying to implement more.
Wagner's trying to run away now.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
That's pretty.
I think if you're scoring it as a whole, then you give it to him because of the back take. If you're scoring just the overtime, I would have given it to Wagner.
You know what, though? That means the story has to go on. I'm fine with it.
And the beat goes on.
There's always money in the sizzle. So let them do their thing. Let people skewer on it. Let people say what they're going to say, because I guarantee you Wagner will not be quiet about it. So that just means that we're going to go on to the next one. Let them go to either an open time or a little bit more of a structured 10-minute sort of a thing. Andrew says, I mean, he was more aggressive. Yeah. And, to your point, if it's the whole match, then yeah, sure, he should have the advantage by getting that back take that he didn't get any credit for. Yeah. And if he had switched over, just the very simple thing, that's the reason why I will just get so angry whenever people are like, the body triangle is, it's not points. It's like, well, it should be. It's not a fucking easy thing to get.
Yeah, I'm not angry at it. I'm just kind of blah.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's do this. Josh, I'm going to get you out of here because it has been a long night for you. Why don't you plug whatever you want to plug?
Plug this dick.
Nope. Okay. Well, that was... The good news is he kicked himself off. I'm glad that was the way he exited. Here's what I'm going to say to you guys. Thank you so much for watching. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your patience. It was a lot of grappling. It was a lot of MMA today. I like that Quentin says, that Roberto is a good kid. He is a very, very good kid. We will be reaching out to him. Hopefully we get an interview. If you guys aren't following us enough as is, give us a follow at Grappling Hour on Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, Periscope, YouTube, all of them. We appreciate your guys' love and support. It means the world to us here. And while you're at it, you might as well just go ahead and add Verbal Tap, because we do that one too. Myself and Kevin will probably get together later this week. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be Tuesday. I'll reach out to him. We'll figure it out. But that means for you guys, a brand new episode, brand new information. We're going to basically take a day, figure out what all this means, synthesize that for you guys, and give you some more analysis and angles that we didn't even know right now, because the stories are continuing to unfold in the post-pressers all around. I want to say thank you to everybody who watched. I want to say thank you to Josh Starlord LeDuc for stopping in. My thanks to all of you for watching, sticking around for this entire amount of time. Look at that. Micah Stockton, you just like this. I'm going to give you guys a nice little cheers. Cheers to you, sir. Anyway, I have food waiting for me. So I'm going to go ahead and just, it's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats eventually.